What's supposed to? Good morning. The regular Board of County Commissioners meeting of Tuesday, July the 1st, 2025, will now be called to order. This is our first meeting in our second 100 years. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for the first responders and members of the armed forces, followed by an invocation by Pastor Randy Fullerton, and Vice Chairman Law will give us the honor and lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
Dear Heavenly Father, as we come to you this morning, we thank you for your greatness and the blessings that you place upon us. We pray today that as we gather here, that you would bless these commissioners and you'd give them wisdom to make the proper and right choices that would honor you. As we have just stood in silence, Father, this morning for the first responders and members of the armed forces, I say a special prayer for the families of those two firefighters that perished in Idaho. Lord, I thank you for our first responders here in Indian River County, and every day they put their lives on the line for us, never knowing what it may bring. We pray your hedge of protection around them. I thank you for this county and for this city. I thank you for the blessings that you have given us as we come upon this weekend, this 4th of July, that we might remember what liberty is all about and not just take it for granted that it's hot dogs and hamburgers. Father, walk with us now. Let us do those things that will please you. For Father, we know that your kingdom is more eternal than this earth. And go with us, we ask in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you all. Now move on to any additions, deletions to the agenda. I was speaking with State Representative Robbie Brackett, who's here today, and I would like to add some of his statements. Give him an opportunity to bring us some good news, and I believe we should place that at 5C.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
9S needs to be pulled. I spoke with Sean Liskey last night, 9S. And then 9T actually needs to be removed and relocated to SWID's agenda, which would be 16B4.
9T to SWID. And you want that place where, sir?
16B4, 9T, and 9S pulled. They'll be brought back. They're continuing their work with HDR Engineering.
And 9S pulled. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if there's no other changes, I'll be happy to move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Moss. Anything further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Well, we'll begin with, again, just we've celebrated our 100 yesterday, and, well, there's another group that has a 100th anniversary, and I believe we'll get an explanation as to the date and time and when it all happened and some good fun stuff. But we're very pleased. We noticed that yesterday during the ceremony, not one SWAT was observed. So I think our mosquito control district is doing a fine job, and it's my honor to present this proclamation to our mosquito control district. Would you like to be here to receive? And I see some fine folks in some blue shirts. I'd like them to join you.
Why don't y'all stand up? We only get one shot at this 100 years, so we're gonna
That's correct.
get as much
That's
mileage
correct.
out of it as
I want to
possible.
make it right for you.
Yeah. So, now, on behalf
I'll
of,
begin to
I'm sorry.
present the proclamation, and then we'll look for some great input from the Mosquito Control District. Celebrating the 100th anniversary of Indian River County Mosquito Control District. Whereas Indian River Mosquito Control District, established in 1925, has consistently upheld its commitment to excellence, service, and progress throughout the past century. Whereas over the course of its 100 years, the Indian River Mosquito Control District has made significant contributions to Indian River County, continually evolving to meet the changing needs of its constituents while maintaining the core values of accountability, innovation, and stewardship. Whereas the collective achievements of Indian River County Mosquito Control District over the past century have created a legacy of positive change, created a safer environment for the countless individuals and communities. Whereas, as we celebrate this momentous occasion, we reflect on the milestones, the challenges, and the triumphs of the past century, while looking forward to the continued growth and success of Indian River County Mosquito Control District in years to come. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that July 1st, 2025 shall be officially recognized as the 100th anniversary of the Indian River Mosquito Control District. We encourage all citizens to reflect on the enduring commitment of Indian River Mosquito Control District and the vital role it has played in protecting public health and enhancing the quality of life of our citizens. Let us come together to honor the legacy of this remarkable institution, acknowledging the dedication and the service of all those who have contributed to the success and celebrate the continued impact it will have on our community for the next century and beyond. Adopted this first day of July 2025 and hopefully signed by all 5 county commissioners. Good morning.
Good morning. On behalf of the Indian River Mosquito Control District Board, our executive director and staff, we are appreciative of the county commission presenting this proclamation to us. We're very proud of our past 100 years, and we look forward to serving for many, many years to come.
Well, we appreciate everything that the district is doing. Again, I made a remark that yesterday we did not have that swatting moment, and I know that the citizens appreciate the fact that we're keeping everything under control, because there's a whole lot more to mosquitoes and what they can do to us other than just make us have a little welt. And we're very deeply appreciative of all the efforts that you're doing to keep us a better place.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good guy. Good guy.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Anna. Thank you.
Love those shirts.
You made it. Yeah, we need to.
Seal, right?
It almost was an elk at one point.
That's what I heard.
Thank you all. And we continue on with a proclamation declaring July 19th through the 27th as Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup Village week in Indian River County. And Joe Airman has the honors of presenting.
Come on up, everybody. Well, it's good to see familiar faces and see that you're back again with us this year to do this. This is always a great event. I participated most of the time. I've missed a few, but it's always a great event, and it's amazing how much debris and trash that they clean up every year on the waterway for this event. But again, welcome, and I'm going to read the proclamation. This is a proclamation declaring July 19th to the 27th, 2025, Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup Week in Indian River County, Florida. Whereas the Marine Industry Association of the Treasure Coast Incorporated in the Florida Inland Navigation District are deeply concerned with keeping Treasure Coast waterways clean for all to enjoy. And whereas the 18th Annual Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup will be held on Saturday, July 26, 2025, from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., and whereas over 1,100 volunteers, as well as numerous waterfront homeowners association and civic groups, will participate in cleaning up our waterways out of 25 designated sites throughout Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River counties. Whereas, since these efforts began, over 100 tons of trash have been collected from approximately 125 miles of waterways along the Treasure Coast, and the sustainability of our waterways is dependent upon efforts such as this, so future generations may also appreciate and enjoy them. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the board declares July 19th through the 27th, 2025, as Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup Week in Indian River County, and encourages all citizens to participate in this important event, and commends the sponsors and volunteers whose contributions to this effort are so important to success. Adopted this first day of July 2025 and signed by all 5 county commissioners. Welcome back, and welcome our staff and Andy and CCA. It's just awesome.
And thank you all for taking this opportunity to proclaim this week, again, Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup Week being our 18th year. We have some good news to report, is that we continually are finding less and less trash on our waterways. So in the first quarter of our 18 years, we are averaging well over 10 tons of trash. With half the volunteers we have today, we are now easily in the 3-ton average per year with twice the amount of volunteers. So we're definitely working in the right direction, and it's due to just long-term longevity of teaching personal responsibility out on the waterways. And also the fact that we're not the only ones that are out there doing it. It's a popular thing for people to do, and that's what we were all about in the first place, creating good habits. And this is about creating good habits when you're out using our resources, whether you're on the water or on foot. So that's really what we're all about, and we have a great team. Our team only gets better from year after year, which this year we're very proud that we have CCA. We have both Andy Steinbergs and Zach Batley with us today from CCA, and we also have your team, and that is opening the Round Island site for us for the first time this year, which we're very excited about, and there's already a lot of enthusiasm with that site. So we have Sarah Wapis, we have, I'm terrible with names, Kylie Lanchula and Melissa Meisenberg with us today. I hope I got everybody's names right. And we're very happy to have them on our team. And like I said, the enthusiasm is there for this new Round Island site. So we're very excited about getting our number of boaters up, which we have more boaters than we've had in past years. That's been our focus this year. Plus making sure that, all those people on the land that come in and help us, someday get the opportunity to get out on the water if they'd like, which is going to happen at Round Island this year because Kicking Kayaks has come on board, and they're going to actually get people out on the water to help with the cleanup at no charge to our volunteers that come out that morning. So we got some really exciting things going because of your team. We're excited to be part of your team and have you on our team this year again in Indian River County. And if there's anything you need regarding boating or the marine industries, know that the marine industries is a resource locally here for you. And thank you again. And thank you to our amazing team.
This may go on your refrigerator. I want to make sure. Thank you. Appreciate it once again. Thank you. I was recently having a discussion with the Honorable Robert Brackett about the long hours up in Tallahassee, and he advised that there was some fruit that was developed in Tallahassee. So I'd like the citizens to know what's going on and what's coming down to Indian River County. The Honorable Robert Brackett, our state representative.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Appreciate the opportunity to show up today, and congratulations on your birthday, Mr. Chairman. You don't look a day over 65. I didn't realize you were 100 yet.
Oh, thanks.
There's, as many of you know, this last year in Tallahassee was interesting, to say the least. Of a 60-day session, we ended on day 105, so we went 45 days over, which was worthwhile in a lot of ways. We got a lot of stuff done that needed to be done. As I told folks about, the delay was mainly on the budget, and I had a lot of questions asked on my journeys back home here during the weekends, and my comment to them was, listen, the citizens of Florida will win either way. The House and the Senate disagreed on a couple of things, but either way it was going to help the citizens of Florida, and in the end it did. We passed a budget, and it cut over $3.5 billion in spending for the state of Florida, which is phenomenal in my opinion. Okay, if every local government municipality could do, that'd be great. Some don't need to do it. Some do a good job as it is, but we needed to do it there. We had an influx of money coming in Tallahassee, and just because we had extra money coming in doesn't mean that we need to spend it. We need to be financially conservative and do the right thing, fiscally conservative, and so we did that. That budget includes putting a record level of funding into the rainy day fund. That fund has increased over threefold since the last 6 years. It includes a number of tax breaks, additional sales tax breaks to citizens. Included in there, a lot of them are now permanent sales tax breaks. There'll never be sales tax charged on certain items from here on out. And so we're happy with that, to put money back into the citizens' pocket. I'm a firm believer that you know how to spend your money better than I do. Okay, you know what you need and your family needs, and so we're gonna put that money back in their pocket. We did a lot. Let me say this, there's more to be done, and we'll continue to work on that. I'm a firm believer in we've been bringing in extra money. We are planning at the state of Florida that the income that we have coming in will decrease in the next 2 to 3 years, not because we're anticipating a large recession of any kind. Don't let me scare anybody, but we're anticipating that at some point in time, the 1,000 people a day that are moving to Florida is gonna slow down. Okay, we just don't have that much room. So that will slow down, which will decrease our revenue from the state side, not necessarily a local side. The other big thing we did is we got rid of business rent tax, finally. We're the last state in the country, the only state left that had a business rent tax on our business. And so we had 2% was the last number. We got rid of that completely. And we're hoping that's about a $2.5 billion savings to businesses. And we're looking for that money to be reinvested back into their communities with hiring employees and serving their community. And that's our hopes there from that standpoint. The good news is appropriations. We were able to bring a fair amount of money back to this county, to this district. We worked hand in hand with St. Lucie and Martin County for transportation appropriations for elderly and the needy. It will come here through Senior Resource Center. And the total amount for the Treasure Coast was $6 million that we'll bring back in here. And so that, for that one transportation need alone, is a big number and desperately needed. And I know they're all thrilled to have that. And we worked very closely with Kathy Copeland, who works for the county as the Legislative Affairs Director, and she did a fantastic job. And by the way, throughout all the appropriations, has been a big support and a big help with everything we've done. In addition to that, we brought back $1 million to Sebastian Inlet. We brought back $1 million to the Treasure Coast Food Bank. We brought back $500,000 to Mental Health Association. The Humiston Park Boardwalk got $350,000. I'll just throw a little caveat there. I know that you guys have contributed there or have made a commitment to contribute there. I know there's a provision to offset that based on what I brought back from the state. I would hope that you'd still be a major contributor to that project and give that consideration from that standpoint. Vero Beach Police Department, with new communications system, got $350,000. And so we'll continue to bring this money back. We brought back with the $6 million, a little less than $12 million back to the district. We'll continue our efforts to do in a fiscally responsible way, but when the money's needed, it's needed. The mental health, for example, we have the only walk-in clinic in 3 counties, the Treasure Coast, where you can walk in 24/7 to get help if you need it, no cost. And that was very important for our area. And so we'll continue to do those things that we can. In addition to that, I think it's, I'll bring to light, you probably all know this already, but there was discussion brought to me, and this is a way that I believe that government works at its best. 2 constituents called me about a year ago and wanted to meet in my office, and they came in and said, listen, we're gonna put a new bridge over the Sebastian Inlet. We have to tear the old one down. Years ago, the county filed for permits and got 3 reef permits, if I understand it correctly, for artificial reefs offshore. 2 were built, 1 was not ever used, but the permit was still active, and it was right close to the Sebastian Inlet. They said, any way we can take a lot of this debris that is allowable and build a new reef, artificial reef, in that spot. I thought, well, we can certainly try, okay? I came to Kathy, and she set up the meeting with the folks individual. I pretty much put it back in the hands of the county and said, do what you have to do. Let me know if I can help you in any way. If I need to make phone calls or set up meetings in Tallahassee, I'll do that, but let me know what you can do. A year later, I'm here to tell you that you probably know this, but that reef has been approved. It was an additional $200,000 in cost. FWC picked up a very large portion of that. I think it's all been paid for by outside grants. And so that bridge, when it's demolished, will be hauled off, a portion of it that can be, to the reef, and will be made into an artificial reef right off the Sebastian Inlet, which is great for the environment. It's great for our citizens. It's great for everybody around. And so because a couple of concerned citizens came to me And I was able to come to your staff and talk to Kathy and different folks involved with those departments, and they took the ball and ran with it. It's a beautiful project, and that's exactly how we want government to work. I say that to say this: I encourage anybody that has an idea, come talk to us. Talk to me, talk to each one of these commissioners, talk to staff level, do something. Let's try to find a way to get things done. Again, that being said, at the state level, there's a lot more intricate into the budget I could give you, but we'll wait, and I'll talk to each one of you individually if you want to. There's a lot of other things that were done with boating laws, marine activity, lagoon stuff. The water projects were big around the whole state. And so, you know, with that, I'll take questions if you have questions.
Anyone have any questions?
I mean, we always have lots of questions about what's going on in Tallahassee, but probably best for some of those one-on-one meetings.
Well, you know me well enough to know that anybody that wants to meet, I will be more than happy to meet. I know that, and I will be reaching out to each one of you. There's been a lot of talk, and I'll just bring up the elephant in the room about property taxes, okay? And so I will meet with you all. I have been appointed to that committee. I'm on the special committee to review property taxes. Our intent is to do some town halls, but more town halls with local elected officials, because our intent is by no stretch of the imagination to hurt what's happening on the local level, okay? It's a question, can we do better? Can we find a way to help the cost of living in the state of Florida? And so we're gonna look under every rock and see what we can find out. I asked personally to be on that committee as someone who has local government experience. I know what property taxes do for a municipality or a county government. At the city of Vero Beach, it was about 30% of our revenue. I don't think it's much different here, John, low 30s, somewhere. That's pretty standard, what I've found, around 30 to 35%, 37 in some of the smaller counties. But we'll continue to look at that and just, you know, look under the rocks and see if there's a way we can bring the cost of living down for citizens of the state of Florida. That's our ultimate goal.
I just wanted to say I appreciate that. I also sit on the Florida Association of Counties Task Force on Property Taxes. So I do appreciate the fact that you have that municipal background. Not everybody in Tallahassee has that, and it makes that conversation a little bit easier. So I look forward to working with you and talking to you about, you know, how we can work together to bring something forward that's beneficial for everybody.
Thank you, and that's our goal. I've talked to our property appraiser, Wesley Davis here, and I know the Property Appraisers Association is also forming a committee to meet with us and talk to us and speak on behalf of the Property Appraisers Association. The county, Florida League of Cities is doing the same thing, and that's what we're trying to encourage. Let's get together and all have a conversation and just say, is there something we can do? You know, eliminating property taxes is going to be super difficult. And we're talking about, even on homesteaded property, about a $25 billion ask statewide. And I don't know how we recoup that entirely, but that's what the committee's formed, to see if there's a possibility of what we can do. But we do want to put forth every effort to help the citizens of the state of Florida and make a home buying more affordable for not only our young people, but especially for our seniors that are on fixed incomes.
Thank you for the good words, and a lot of great work that was done in Tallahassee. We appreciate it. Many citizens, and as well as ourselves, we're awaiting the great information, and I appreciate the fact that you came today and talked about it. You know, it was funny, you said, you know, all you have to do is call. I can't imagine Robbie Brackett asking people to call, because you are always there, you're available, approachable, and you do respond. So we appreciate it, and thank you.
As my wife reminds me, she said, you signed up for the job. And I said, I did, and we're going to do the job to the best of our ability.
Well, you need to be thankful that the cell minutes, there was a time where you used to be charged for every minute on the cell phone. And if that's the case, I think it would have been a budget buster for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Thank you for everything you do.
Have a great day. We'll move on to the regular meeting minutes of May the 20th, 2025.
Move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Law. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On informational items, we have an event calendar that used to be able to be discussed very swiftly and quickly. There was only a few items, but our event calendar is many pages long. If there's anything that anybody would want to point out. Otherwise, I want to thank staff for providing many of these programs and encouraging the participation of our citizens. And I refer everyone to take a look at the website. There's a lot of things of interest and a lot of fun, exciting things that are happening, if not just past the reader board, over at the IG Center
There you go.
on Oslo Road. You'll get it all. Any other discussion on any informational items? If not, we'll move on to public comment. This is your opportunity if you, and again, this is for any agenda-related items. If you wish to speak, and if you can't stay for later on in the meeting, this is your opportunity if you wanted to talk about anything on the agenda, except for public hearings, of course. You'll have to wait for that. Having given ample opportunity, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything of interest with the understanding of the pulled items that will be brought back later or moved?
Motion to approve is amended, sir.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to constitutional officers and governmental agencies. We have a request for authorization for trade-in cash management devices. There we go. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Tkanich, Ms. Schuler. Brad Newman, Finance Director for the Indian River County Tax Collector's Office. The request we have before you today is to trade in 3 of our existing cash management devices. These machines each dispense an opening till for all of our customer service representatives. And at the end of the day, they deposit that till into that machine. It provides us a clear audit trail of all of the cash transactions that have occurred throughout the day, make sure there's no missing money. So with that being said, open to any questions?
Anyone have any questions?
No.
No, I'm just very pleased that we're going to be exchanging them out to get the best dollar for the trade-in. Again, our tax collector is known for, I could say this, dumpster diving when it comes to getting materials for the service that is rendered by our tax collector. And this is another case of efficiency and getting it done at the least cost for the taxpayer.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
proud to report, these are the oldest machines in service in the state of Florida. They've been in use for 10 years now, so we're due for something new.
An upgrade from the hand crank model?
Yes, sir.
You could have put them in the time capsule yesterday.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second.
That's a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Well, we'll move on to public items. We'll have a public hearing to consider the master capital project and the service assessment ordinance. This is legislative in nature.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you, Counselor. I was looking to see if we had a counselor at the podium.
It's me. Commissioners, local governments utilize non-ad valorem special assessments to fund certain services and improve, capital improvements that specially benefit property. In Indian River, we have a number of different special assessments that fund things like road paving, street lights, stormwater improvements. We also have some solid waste disposal special assessments. And in order to be valid, a special assessment has to specially benefit property and has to be reasonably and fairly apportioned among the properties that are benefited. So really what we have here is just a new master capital project and service assessment ordinance. Right now, we've got a lot of different provisions in our code that are scattered that address special assessments. We have different departments kind of doing their thing all over the county, and my goal here is to kind of come up with a more comprehensive, consistent process that ensures that we are meeting all the requirements in Florida statutes, the uniform method for levy collection and enforcement of ad valorem assessments. So we've got some updates in here, and just really to make sure that there's due process for property owners. So I have met with each of you at length to explain this procedural ordinance here. We're not forming a new special assessment. We're really just setting out the procedures on how we do special assessments. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. If you don't have questions, this is a public hearing. I recommend that you open up the public hearing, take comments from interested people, and adopt the Master Capital Project and Service Assessment Ordinance.
Thank you, Counselor. Does anyone have any questions of Counselor? Everybody's got their own microphone. All right. Well, we'll open up the public hearing.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Allison Giordano, President of Water's Edge Phase 2 Homeowners Association, reside at 3643 Second Place Southwest, and I come before you today deeply frustrated and compelled to call out our county's failure in handling an assessment matter with our Water's Edge residents. The process has been unacceptable, lacking transparency, marked by poor communication, and consistently falling short on follow-through. What should have been a straightforward and cooperative effort has instead become a prolonged and mismanaged ordeal. Our HOA has actively been engaged with the county for more than 5 years regarding the canal along First Street Southwest, which is entirely located outside of our property boundaries. Despite our continued efforts, this matter has been plagued by persistent dysfunction and apathy within the county. High turnover, including 2 county administrators, 3 county attorneys, and several public works directors have resulted in unacceptable delays and a sharp increase in the costs for necessary repairs. Throughout this process, we have often been given assurances by the county that were not followed through. Promised actions failed to materialize, and our requests for clarification were sometimes ignored or deflected. And multiple times, we were told that an agreement would be presented to the HOA, yet no such agreement was ever delivered, discussed, or signed by Water's Edge residents. One county attorney even stated previously that funding was available for these culverts. Most recently, we were made aware that a public hearing related to our assessment was held in April, and the county's own recorded minutes state that the residents were to be notified by mail, and no such mailing was sent. A clear violation of 206.06. So it calls into question the validity of the process itself. Even more troubling is the county's failure to recognize that this canal and associated culverts serve a much broader public purpose. These improvements do not provide a unique or exclusive benefit to Water's Edge residents. As confirmed by our legal counsel, special assessments must be based on specific benefit to assessed properties. And imposing this cost solely on Water's Edge is neither fair nor legally sound. So given the serious procedural flaws and disregard for statutory requirements, we strongly urge you to immediately reevaluate the assessment role and to ensure that all future proceedings comply fully with notification laws and basic standards of fairness. This situation demands correction before any further action is taken. and I'm more than happy to speak to anybody about everything we've experienced. This assessment role is not finalized, so there's still time to correct it, and I implore you to do the right thing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. I do have another comment from another resident who asked me to share her side. This is Letitia Wood, resident of Water's Edge. As a member of Hispanic Conservatives of Indian River and a 21-year resident of Water's Edge community, I am appalled by the lack of transparency and communication regarding the Water's Edge Culvert project. It is unconscionable and ethical to expect the Water's Edge community, which consists mainly of retired residents, to bear the financial burden of this project, particularly as the canal in question and its flow of water affects homes outside of the neighborhood as well. As a member of the Hispanic Conservatives of Indian River County, I pledge to be a voice for the Water's Edge residents and to expose any unethical practices exhibited by the Board of Commissioners during this project, which will be a critical factor in their reelection. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Having given ample opportunity, public hearing is now closed. Counsel?
Yes.
You'd like to once again explain why we're here regarding the change?
Yes, and again, this isn't about any one special assessment. It is an effort to improve our special assessment process, make it more comprehensive, consistent, and to improve due process. So my goal is to enhance the public's opportunity to engage with these types of financial mechanisms.
And what you have established in this directive is a reset for and guidelines to ensure that we have full, clear transparency and any cases that are reheard are under the new guidelines.
That's right. Once you adopt this new master ordinance, you will be repealing your prior provisions and creating a new process. And my recommendation to the board is that any new special assessment be considered under this process.
And that would include the Water's Edge.
The board would have an opportunity to reconsider the Water's Edge, just simply do it again under this new process, which would make sense. And that would provide the community an opportunity to say what they have to say in that neighborhood. And I'm getting a little bit off topic, but we have communicated that recently to maybe the property manager, that we were going to make that recommendation to you, that we just do it under this new ordinance.
Thank you, Counselor. Appreciate that. Hope that it addresses the concern. Is there anything further?
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself, to go forward. Is there anything further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item is 11A2, which is a quasi-judicial action. And it is a request to amend the county's comprehensive plan, future land use map from R, rural residential, to C3, conservation 3, and a request to rezone approximately 36 acres from agricultural 1, agricultural district, to Con 3, which is Conservation District. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The parties of the proceeding are Indian River County and the Indian River Land Trust Incorporated, also known as the applicant. We do have a checklist, and I need to ask all the commissioners if they can disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. We'll begin with the left.
None of which I'm aware.
None that I'm aware of.
No, sir. None that I'm aware of.
Very well. I also need to confirm the commissioners have an open mind and are able to base their decision on the evidence presented and applicable law.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Thank you all. I'd like to open up the public hearing. I will ask the clerk to swear in anyone that wishes to speak during this hearing. They need to be sworn in, so if you anticipate having the opportunity to speak, please rise now.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, I want to see if, Patrick, did you intend to say anything before we, I guess it's public comment, so.
Yes, sir, I have a presentation to make.
Okay, I thought so. I was a little confused there, so.
Thank you, Mr. Grubbs.
Joe, you confused me. so,
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We'll begin with a presentation by county staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Patrick Murphy, Chief of Long Range Planning. Thank you for setting the stage for us, Mr. Chairman, on this item. On the map before you, you'll see the property laid out with its natural surroundings and the adjacent lands. It's outlined in red. Subject property is approximately 35.73 acres in size. It's located immediately south of the Sebastian Highlands Unit 11, approximately 1,300 feet north of County Road 510 and roughly 1.5 miles west of 66th Avenue. The area is characterized by sparsely developed properties and large undeveloped tracts of land. Medium-density residential development is located to the north of the property on the north side of the Elkham Waterway. Future land use map before you, again highlighted in red. The orange property or tan property is the R rural residential. The yellow is L1 low-density residential. You see a light blue C1 conservation, and then the green AG1 agricultural. All of the gray property is the city of Sebastian. And the zoning map shows the property A1. It is agricultural district allowing a density of 1 unit per 5 acres. A1 zoning abuts the east side of the property. To the west and south are currently zoned A1, but will be administratively rezoned in the future by the city of Sebastian to a mixed-use zoning district. Sebastian Highlands to the north is zoned RS10, single-family residential, allowing up to 1 unit per 1/4 acre. This particular property consists of old-growth cypress trees, mature oaks, and native cabbage palms. An existing natural water course cuts through the parcel, flowing from the southeast corner of the property to the northwest corner. Portions of the property were previously used as an orange grove, but have been vacant for many years now. So, the purpose of this redesignation request. The Indian River Land Trust owns the subject property, is seeking a reimbursement from the Florida Communities of Trust, which is a state-funded land acquisition program. One of the stipulations for the reimbursement is that the land must be rezoned for public conservation. To that end, the purpose of this request is to secure the necessary land use and zoning designations to reflect the property's public conservation ownership. The goal of the land ultimately is to open this property to the public so that it can be enjoyed for a future 0.6-mile nature trail, wildlife observation platform, picnic pavilion, interpretive kiosk, and seating benches, consistent with a comprehensive plan. In evaluating a future land use designation amendment, the most important consideration is future land use element policy 1.43. This policy requires that one of the established 4 criteria must be adhered to approve a request to redesignate a future land use category. The proposed amendment meets policy's 3rd criterion. In this case, the subject property was purchased specifically for conservation purposes. As such, the acquisition of the property by the land trust constitutes a substantial change in circumstances that affect the subject property. Next, we look at what designation is most appropriate. Future Land Use Element Policy 1.5 states that the conservation land use designations shall be applied to those areas which contain or possess lands with qualities and features which play a vital role or essential role in the normal functioning of the county's ecosystems and merit preservation as vestiges of once common county ecosystems. As you saw on the aerial map, this is a very, very nice existing property that has water course cutting through it. It does connect to other properties that have a vital ecosystem goal. In continuing to look at the comprehensive plan, Future Land Use Element Policy 1.6 limits the use of C3 designated land to conservation and passive recreational uses. A site owned by the Public Land Trust containing wetlands and native upland habitat would indeed meet those criteria. For that reason, the request is consistent with Future Land Use Element Policies 1.5 and 1.6. The property's existing land use designation of R rural residential allows for single-family development at 1 unit per acre. The proposed land use designation of Con 3 conservation also allows single-family development, but at a density of 1 unit per 2.5 acres, so it's a less dense and less intense category. The site's existing land use designation offers limited environmental protection, mostly in the form of open space requirements. In contrast, the applicant's proposal will preserve the entire area of the site, and development will be limited to conservation and passive recreational uses. By prohibiting most types of development per this rezoning, the proposed request will ensure that the environmental quality of the property will be preserved. A quick comparison of the zoning districts, since we have two things going on here, both land use and zoning. The A1 zoning district is intended to provide opportunities for residential uses at very low densities to promote housing opportunities in the county. It allows traditional single-family residences, agricultural-based uses, institutional uses, and very limited commercial uses. In contrast, the Con 3 zoning district is intended to promote the management and protection of natural resources and systems, promote public awareness of the importance of ecologically sensitive lands, and provide limited use of publicly held lands for conservation and recreation uses. It also allows for traditional single-family residences, resource management, conservation education, and limited commercial uses of a conservation-based nature, mostly in the terms of silviculture or aquaculture. In conclusion, Future Land Use Element Policy 1.43 also states that the Board of County Commissioners shall rezone land only in a manner that's consistent with Future Land Use Element Table 2.14. This table lays out all the zoning districts that are consistent and compatible with each of the established land use categories. Within this table, the Con 3 Conservation Zoning District is the only district that aligns with the C3 land use category. Staff has determined that the proposed land use map amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan, is compatible with all surrounding land uses, and will cause no adverse impacts on the provision of public services. The proposed future land use and zoning designations will ensure that environmentally sensitive and important habitat will be preserved, and for those reasons, planning staff supports the request. Recommendation, based on the analysis, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve the request to amend the comprehensive plan future land use map from R rural residential to the C3 Conservation 3 future land use destination, and to rezone the subject property from the A1 Agricultural Zoning District to the Con 3 Conservation District. This concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have. The applicant is also in attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions of staff at this time?
Oh, I do, actually. How are they going to access this property?
So they are actually accessing this property currently through the south through an easement, but I believe they are looking at purchasing additional properties to come from the southeast. I believe Rose West and Ken are here today, and they can let you know what their future plans are, because this parcel is going to be connected to some other parcel that they're going to own to create a larger walkway through the property as part of a sort of a Blueway, Greenway type trail.
Anything further? Does the applicant have any questions of staff? Moving on to any input from the public, questions that may arise. If you were sworn in, most certainly, it's your opportunity.
Is this when we come up?
Well, yeah. Well, we were asking if any questions by the applicant.
Do a presentation.
We have some comments, but no questions.
This would be the opportunity for the applicant to make any comments, presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. You can
Morning.
tell we don't do zoning, rezoning very often, so thank you for your patience. I just want to thank the staff for a very thorough job in explaining what this is all about, but I just want to step back for a second, and I'm Ken Grudens, Executive Director of the Indian River Land Trust, 3150 Cardinal Drive, Vero Beach. And this is really about something that the county has taken on some years ago. In 2006, the county adopted the St. Sebastian River Greenway Plan. This was a plan that was developed with a series of partners that really looked to create a trail system, whether it be one single trail or multiple trails that move through and along the St. Sebastian River, really from the headwaters, which are south of 510, all the way up really to the mouth of the river. But our focus has been on protecting land, acquiring properties, and working with various partners and stakeholders to create a trail or trails that run between Route 510 and Route 512. Some of our partners in the Marine Resources Council, City of Sebastian, of course, the county, because they've got two critical pieces that straddle 510, working with private landowners. And to do that, we acquired this property in 2023 and applied for reimbursement for some of those funds that we spent on the property. And as Patrick mentioned, the FCT requires the rezoning to better ensure that when they submit, when they award the funds, that this property will remain in conservation. So that's just the bigger picture there. And if you have any questions, I look to Rose West, our land acquisition manager, who really has been running this project. Are there any questions at all about what I presented or what you heard today?
Questions by the commissioners?
I just had the question on how you were going to access it.
Right, so as mentioned, we do have legal access from 510 across private property to our piece, but the concept really is to create a series of trails that connect. We have 3 potential trailheads for this system. The primary one would be the Marine Resources Council, which has a piece of property that they acquired with FCT funds nearly 20 years ago. And they, as part of those plans, they're going to have a parking lot trailhead. We recently acquired the property just south of the MRC property, which is only 2 properties removed from the property that we're discussing. So the long-term plans is to connect from other trailhead parking to this property. But we do have that legal access. We do plan to run tours on that property working with partners like the Environmental Learning Center, and we do have that access on there. So it's sort of long-term planning. We eventually would connect through other trails.
How wide is that access?
20 feet. So it's not set up for creating a parking lot or that kind of access. But right now, the idea is to connect from other properties to this property with trails and no vehicular parking.
So there'd be no vehicular flow anticipated at this time until
Correct.
there's other property that's acquired?
Correct.
At this point, it's a pedestrian biped event.
Correct.
Okay.
Is the Marine Resource Council property across 510, or is it on the north side?
I'll let Rose speak to the MRC.
So the MRC property is north of 510 off of 86th Avenue.
Okay. Just curious just how you're putting it all together. I mean, I know you've been working on it for some time, so glad that this is moving forward, but just trying to visualize how it's all going to work.
I have a map I can share if it helps. It's the original concept map. So the green line with the arrow, it's actually the whole entire trail system as it was envisioned, or the Greenway system, is a 5-mile system from the Sebastian Inlet going south along the south prong of the St. Sebastian River by the state park. And of course, you have 512 and under 512, and then the green parcels that are kind of in the middle of the map, those are the areas that we're talking about now. That's the section we're focusing on between 510 and 512.
Awesome, thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. County staff have any questions of the applicant?
No, sir, we do not. I did want to point out that I did receive 7 phone calls, all from residents of Sebastian Highlands, inquiring about these requests. And once explaining what the requests actually were, they were all very much in favor. They were glad to see there wasn't any more development going to be encroaching onto their subdivision, and we're happy that it was going to be kept in public ownership. That's it.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. And there might have been a bit of confusion, but we haven't discussed that.
No, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for addressing it. Well, with that, we'll move on to any input from the public. Any questions, if any, by commissioners, county staff, or the applicant? Seeing and hearing none, we can move on to final presentation and any arguments if necessary. County staff,
No, sir.
the rest. The applicant. Thank you. I want to ensure that all documents and tangible evidence, if any, have been admitted to as evidence and are in the hands of the clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk, including that map document that was presented. County staff agenda materials are automatically admitted into evidence unless there is an objection. At this point, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams and seconded by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now take a brief recess before the next public hearing. called back to order, and we'll be moving on to item 11A3. This next item on the agenda is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny a conceptual plan development, a PD, a plan and a PD rezoning, and a concurrent preliminary PD plan for the project known as Floresta Gardens PD. This is a de novo hearing and a quasi-judicial proceeding, which means it's a new hearing. The parties of the proceeding are Indian River County and K. Hovnanian, Southeast Florida Division, LLC, also known as the applicant. We have to do the customary checklist, which will include asking all commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. Begin with the left.
Yes, sir. I watched the video, and actually, this is incorrect on the agenda. It says that it includes the minutes from the May 15th, 2025 meeting. The meeting was actually on May 22nd. The staff report is May 15th, but the meeting was on May 22nd. So I watched that video. I requested the traffic study, which was prepared by Pinder Troutman Consulting, Inc. And I spoke with Mark Musher, who is my appointee to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay. Commissioner Adams.
None that I'm aware of.
I'm aware of the P&Z meeting. I did not watch it in its entirety, and I have nothing else to disclose at this time. No discussions.
I haven't had discussions, Mr. Chair. I watched the P&Z meeting, and I watched the P&Z meeting afterwards, the following meeting.
I've read the minutes, obviously, and I live a half a mile from here, and I travel 8th Street a lot, especially on my trips to Home Depot on a regular basis. So I'm very familiar with the area. I'm very familiar with the people in the area. I'm very familiar with what the area can do. So that has been my extent, other than I have had a conversation with my appointee to the, also to the, Mr. Reams, also the appointee for the County Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. With that, can we confirm that all commissioners can have an open mind and are able to base their decision on the evidence presented in applicable law?
Can and will.
Can and will.
Can and will.
Thank you. At this time, we will open up the public hearing. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to swear in anyone who anticipates speaking during this proceeding.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Ryan Sweeney, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. This is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny a PD rezoning, conceptual PD plan, and preliminary PD plan plat for Floresta Gardens Plan Development. Just a brief slide on the process and how we got here today. At their regular May 22nd, 2025 meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission did vote to deny the applicant's request for PD rezoning, conceptual PD plan, and preliminary PD plan plat, ultimately by a roll call vote of 4-3. The applicant asserts that the denial was not based on competent substantial evidence and that the staff's recommendation of approval shall be upheld. And per sections 902.12.4D and E, an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny the rezoning shall be heard by the BCC, and such hearing shall be heard de novo, meaning the public hearing will be conducted anew, with the BCC hearing all presentations and testimony as if it were being considered for the first time. And therefore, we'll move along to basically what our normal presentation would look like. So the plan development rezoning process includes the PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan, which is a planning and zoning recommendation. In this case, it was a recommendation for denial. Because it was a rezoning specifically, it did not automatically come to you all. It had to get to you all through appeal. But the board will render the final decision today. Also, the P&Z did vote to deny the preliminary PD plan, but should that, decision be overturned, then the preliminary PD plan plat would also be approved. Then the land development permit or waiver is reviewed and approved at the staff level. And as of today, final PD plan plat will actually become administratively, that's a state law that just took effect today. So technically, you all will no longer be reviewing final PD plan plats. The project site is located on the south side of 8th Street, in between 43rd Ave and 58th Ave, and you can see it here in the white dashed line. Moving forward from here on, all slides will now be oriented with north to the right. Here's an aerial showing the existing conditions of the site with the project overlaid atop. So just a summary of what the proposed development includes. It's roughly 18 acres, with proposing 44 single-family units at an overall density of 2.43 units per acre. Through the PD process, the applicant is requesting reductions in minimum lot size, minimum lot width, minimum building setbacks, and maximum building coverage on each individual lot. To offset those improvements, there are public benefits including off-site improvements, enhanced landscape buffers, preservation of the natural environment, and select areas of the property. Again, north is to the right, so you see the conceptual PD plan laid out with the 44 lots and basically a standard loop road with a single connection to 8th Street. The stormwater plan puts the wet stormwater area along the east property line between the subdivision road and the property to the east. The traffic circulation plan includes a full driveway access connection to 8th Street and an internal loop road. Dedications, improvements, and other conditions. So the project is required to improve 8th Street with including a type F curb on the north and south sides of 8th Street from the east end of where the Hampton Park PD improvements stop to 45 feet east of the proposed project driveway, and includes milling and resurfacing of that same segment, internal sidewalks, and street, subdivision lighting. The landscape plan includes a 31-foot wide type B buffer along the west property line, a standard 25-foot wide type B buffer with 6-foot opaque feature along 8th Street, as well as along the east property line. But again, the project's stormwater is also along that east property line with the exception of 2 lots. And then along the south, which butts another existing subdivision, there is a 50 to as wide as 155-foot wide conservation easement area that will serve as a substantial buffer. Through the PD process, the project is requesting waivers from, we do provide the A1, which is the current zoning, as well as the RS3, which would be more of what we would likely see in the L1 land use, and then the proposed lot widths and setbacks. So they are requesting a mixture of 70-foot wide and 62-foot wide lots. The 70-foot wide lots would have a 20-foot front, 7.5-foot side, and 10-foot rear, and the 62s will have a 20-foot front, 6-foot side, and 10-foot rear. And then there's also reduced setbacks for accessory structures like pools, patios, and screening closures. And in order to offset those waivers, the applicant, through negotiations with staff, rather lengthy negotiations, have agreed to additional 8th Street improvements beyond their required improvements further to the east. So they're going to include additional curbing, milling, and resurfacing, replacing some stormwater pipes that go under 8th Street, and some enhanced crosswalk and signage, particularly to serve the elementary school on the north side. Also, that enhanced tree preservation conservation area along the south side of the property. They're also going to provide a more enhanced culvert crossing that will access their project, but it will also provide access to one private individual lot that currently has an old culvert that more than likely needs to be replaced anyway, so they will be securing access through the project. Significantly increased open space, and there is a 10-foot pedestrian easement at the northwest corner of the site. This applicant group is also working on a different project in the area, and there may be a future possibility of connecting the two and providing a sidewalk improvement on the south side of
8th Street, which is currently a canal but may be piped in the future and provide a better pedestrian connection on the south side. The applicant did, they're certainly not required, but through recommendation and sort of a sentiment, did host a town hall meeting with surrounding property owners. Was held on April 29th at 6 p.m. Approximately 30 property owners attended. The applicant and county staff did attend. It was really the applicant's meeting, but staff was there to observe and, answer any big picture questions. No design changes were requested or implemented through this particular project. The project they also discussed did agree to an additional item, but we'll discuss that when it gets to you all in the future. And there were some operational type, construction hours and stuff like that, questions that were answered. But there was no significant pushback to this specific project from the surrounding property owners. And staff's recommendation is that the board grant approval of the PD rezoning request and the concurrent conceptual PD plan and preliminary PD plan for Floresta Gardens PD with conditions listed in staff's report. And those include final tree mitigation plans and recording of the proposed conservation easement, final street lighting design, landscape, and buffer plans through the LDP, the final 8th Street improvements through the right-of-way permitting process, and construction and installation of all required improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of staff? You're waving.
Thank you, sir. With regard to public benefit, the enhanced tree preservation, would you please speak to that?
Sure. Oh, no, that's, yeah, go to the PowerPoint, please. So primarily, it's the area, again, along the south side, and this is sort of a dual purpose in that not only is that sort of where the best vegetation is on the property, but it's also, again, abutting another subdivision that it was actually approved as a PD as well back in, I want to say, the 90s, but they didn't go to smaller lots. They actually have 90-foot wide lots. So in order to both provide compatibility between this project and the project to the south, but also to preserve additional green space, this area, as well as the portion that is at the northwest corner, is over and above what's required and does help to protect, the natural habitat within the project and surrounding area.
In total, it doesn't look like there's a lot of green area. That's what I'm wondering. It's enhanced by how much?
Right, so the open space calculation that would be required per the underlying land use, which is L1, is 40%, and the project and the staff report is 58, almost 60%, so it's 20% more than what's required. Well, I guess 50% more than what's required.
So how much space is that?
I don't have the,
Quantitatively?
well, just shooting from the hip with math, that's about 10 acres out of the 18.
So what are they counting as open space? I mean, just to look at this, it doesn't appear to be significant open space. What are you counting as open space?
Right,
if you would?
So all of the perimeter buffers, as well as the stormwater, the upland side of the stormwater, they are also allowed to count the on-the-lot open space within each lot that's not lot coverage.
So it's including the stormwater?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Yes,
All right, well,
because it'll have littoral zones and function as a sort of a natural area.
and that in your opinion, that benefits the public?
No, no, that's a required improvement. It's the enhanced areas at the north.
Well, it said more open space. That was
Correct.
listed as a public benefit.
Yes, ma'am.
But if we're including the stormwater, it doesn't jive. I mean, not to me
The
anyway.
total is,
It's not benefiting the community, at large. the community at large, public benefit.
Okay.
And let me just see one other thing. On the street improvements, how many feet is that? I mean, what is really being improved?
Right, so
At some point, it mentioned, I think it was 45 feet.
no,
Did
that's,
you-
that's 45 feet is from where Hampton Park's improvements currently terminate to 45 feet east of the proposed project driveway. But then there's another, I believe it's another 200 feet further east to the school driveway. Also, technically,
Oh, are we adding the two of them together? Is it 245 feet then that's being
no,
improved?
45 is the limit of the project required improvement. So it's 200 feet in addition to where the current terminus.
So we're talking about 200 feet then?
Plus the portion that is this parcel, because technically there's a home that it kind of goes around. They're technically not on the hook for this segment here, but in order for it to be a continuous piece, that's another 150 feet of lot width on the portion that's not their frontage. So it's about 350 total feet of
300
additional.
350 feet?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that's, again, it's curbing on both sides, milling and resurfacing, replacing pipes underneath. It's basically going to have, I don't know if you've traveled the segment of 8th Street that is in front of Hampton Park, but it's going to have that type of roadway segment compared to what's further east, which is a very narrow, two-lane, zero-shoulder roadway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
I have no questions at this time.
Please.
Ryan, a couple of questions. In this development, there's two options, I would assume. They chose P and D, the other's RS3. Can you kind of explain the difference between the two?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Ehrman. So yes, with the underlying land use of L1, presumably they would be able to rezone to RS3 just through a conventional rezoning and then proceed with a conventional subdivision. The minimum lot width for RS3 is 80 feet wide, so they would yield fewer lots. However, they would not be required to do any significant buffering on 3 of the 4 sides. So east, south, or west, they would not have to do the 25-foot, or in this case, 31 to 50 to 150 feet wide buffer. They would have to do the 25-foot buffer along 8th Street, but that's just a very short segment. Additionally, they would only be required to do what's truly required of code, which would be, again, the 8th Street improvements along their frontage only, and no other signage or drainage, off-site improvements. I can assure you, we would not see the amount of preserved area on site because they would want to capitalize on to develop that area.
Okay, but in turn, going to PD, which PD, even under what I've always read, was supposed to be more beneficial to the buyers, the county, and the developer itself, allows more creativity, more leeway with some stricter policies by us, such as buffer open spaces and things like that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we had those two options. My next question is traffic.
Sir.
A month or so ago, we had a area down on 43rd Avenue off of, before you get to the county line, that I questioned about why are we dumping all the traffic on 43rd Avenue? You know, we got through that, and I think we're going to talk about it later. My question on this one is, I'm very familiar with 8th Street. I'm very familiar with Heron Crest. I'm very familiar with these other ones. Heron Crest, of course, Hampton Park, Laurel Oaks, down there, all those subdivision, plus the school being down there. So this is 44 units, 44 homes they want to put in here, is that correct?
Yes, sir, 44.
44. So that's additional traffic and on 8th Street, again, what are we getting in the P and D for enhancements to improve the traffic on 8th Street? Because 8th Street, obviously for those subdivisions, those schools, 8th Street's also a main road all the way to 82nd Avenue, because we're paving it this fall, I believe, from 66th all the way to 82nd. So you've got all those people that travel down that way to get to 58th, go to all the subdivisions down there, like Pine Tree Park, all the homes that are there in that direction. Sure, they use 4th Street, they use 12th Street too, but 8th Street's getting a lot of work yet. What are we getting in enhancements for adding another P and D subdivision?
Sure, Commissioner Erman. So the 44 units, single-family homes generally generate about 10 trips per unit, give or take. So our threshold for even requiring a traffic study is 400. The trip gen on this was 415, so it barely even tripped the threshold of requiring a traffic study. The traffic study did not require any off-site improvements in terms of turn lanes or other items. It's also tough because this site is on the south side of the canal, so they don't have the right-of-way, they don't have the ability to dedicate right-of-way to create an area. However, I would say that just the milling, resurfacing, and curbing will certainly enhance the bidirectional traffic flow in that area. Again, if you travel a little bit further east on 8th Street, it's hard to even keep the tires on the road. It's extremely narrow. There's no shoulder whatsoever. So it will be a better section of road, but it won't include turn lanes. And 8th Street at 58th and 4th Street or 43rd are both signalized already with left turn lanes. So there's really no intersection improvements that would help of a project this size.
Okay, and what about, say, the internal sidewalks within the subdivision? What about, I think the sidewalks are on the north side of the road
Correct.
with the
Yep.
school?
The sidewalks are on the north side, and there's existing sidewalk for the subdivision on the north side, and then that serves the school, but there will be internal sidewalks with an enhanced crosswalk marking and signage to serve this subdivision if there are any school-age kids to go north to the elementary school.
Okay. So in turn for this, the applicant is requesting, to get the P and D zoning on this, they're requesting waivers for lot size. So the lot size would actually become smaller. I know you explained the RS3, but the actual lot size would be smaller. So we're looking at this, you're looking at 10-foot widths, 5-foot easements on each side of the house, or property line?
So on the smaller lot, on the 62s, it's a 6-foot setback, but you gotta double that, so it's 12 feet between the homes. For the 70s, it's 7.5, so it's 15 feet between the homes. Conventional RS3 would be a 15-foot side, which would be 30 between the homes. RS6, which is another single-family subdivision, zoning, is a 10-foot side, so 20 feet between the homes. So it is reduced, but it's not, it's not as low as some other subdivisions law or plan developments.
I've had this discussion privately, not about this particular project, but about P and D in general.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Erman, not to confuse, let's stay focused on this particular project, but we will be bringing a memo. The P&Z requested to have a workshop with you all to discuss the PD process in its entirety, which we're hoping to do in the fall,
Okay,
but.
excuse me, I'm just trying to make a point. I'm not talking about a discussion. I'm just trying to make a point on the P and D with regards to P and D. We get a lot of P and D requests for different reasons. We're getting a PD request on this. I'm just seeing some of the P and D requests on this mirror a lot of the other ones that we've done, that we've approved. My point is I'm trying to make is, yes, I think in the further, we need to relook at our P and Ds and see what we're doing about that. So that's my point that I'm trying to make. And with that, I also want to say that just because, and I can tell the commissioner, just because it's ag land, we've got ag land wanting to change to a P and D zoning, we encourage that, to try to fill up the urban service boundary, what we have. But also, it says in our comp plan, we can also remain some ag area within the urban service boundary, and also that too. After reading the minutes of this, I see some good points and bad points. I think I'm impressed. Their stormwater looks like it's going to be well taken care of, but to use that as open space, I don't know. I see a lot of red flags here. I've gotten a lot of calls in the community about this. The people that I know that have lived there for many years, there's some serious doubts about that, and I'm going to stick to my traffic thing, because if you remember when we talked about the property to the down south on 43rd, my inclination is, why are we always dumping this traffic on 2-lane roads? And I think that's not a good thing. And then what I was also saw in the minutes were that some of our planning and zoning commissioners brought some good points, such as Mr. Votal on the 6-foot wide set on the side setbacks and other things. And I just have some reservations about the character of this project. So I'm going to end it there and listen to what the rest of y'all have to say, or if you have any more comments, or even what the applicant has to say before I make a decision.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and good morning to Mr. Sweeney and Mr. Balter. So we have to look at this as a singular project. So somebody, who I don't know, purchased 18 acres, and somebody has spent, I think in the P&Z, I heard over a year chatting with our staff about their plans. When we look at this as a singular item, in that they are, quote, playing by the rules that we've established, our comp plan, within the USB, of course. They have additionally indicated that these homes are between $600,000 and $800,000 proposed. They have met the requirements that we have established. Outside of anything else, any personal feelings, any influences that you may have about adjoining neighborhoods and the like, they have demonstrated, I think Mr. Sweeney is at 2.43?
Yes, sir.
Which this body has approved lesser densities, is that correct?
Excuse me?
We've approved lesser than 2.4.
You've approved higher, you've approved lesser, you've approved around?
We have in the past with
Correct.
similar situated. We've also, isn't it true, we've included stormwater in our calculations and other projects before, percentage-wise?
Yes, sir, that is part of the open space calculation.
Right, and that would be somewhat of a county-recognized industry standard, if you will.
Yes, sir.
We've also included, as part of the PD, we hear about what the public benefit is. And absent the additional improvements that we've made, would that be borne by the county?
It's hard to say, but eventually, yes, I would venture to say.
Right, so the property owners who knows who they are, they have some property rights to this property.
Yes, sir.
And development rights, is that right? So if we look at it again, singular, and they have met with you continuously, and they have met the four corners of the paper, and we have previously approved these, and I agree with Commissioner Ehrman, there may be some work we should do in the future with respect to PDs, but we're talking about a particular project today, and we will make that decision today. So they have met the requirements that we have established. In other words, if you wanted to build anything anywhere in the county, and in fact, they have met the requirements that we've established, how can we as a body say, because we don't like, you know, for whatever reason, we don't like this particular layout, we don't I think the P&Z had expressed some concerns. In fact, I think one member actually said, I think I let my personal feelings get involved. Friends, we're not in the business of personal feelings. We're in the business of doing what is outlined not only by our comp plan and sticking to what we have done in the past until some type of changes are made in the PD. Additionally, essentially this is a turnkey project for the county with respect to utilities, paving, curbing, and water containment. And I think that's important that is not being borne by the county as well. With respect to the green space, if you will, they are over and above what I read, which is required by the county. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
So for this body, you know, we all have different feelings and philosophies. Of course, this is within the USB, and I think the previous item, we turned 36 acres of something in the USB into environmental. Is that right?
That's correct.
So we have a situation here where we're gaining and we're losing, so to speak, green space. They're allowed to build this subdivision by existing standards. And I'm not so sure how we can deviate from that. I think briefly I spoke with General Counsel about this yesterday, about some things that could occur in the future, absent us approving this. And the fact is, we've approved very similar projects in this county. So that's something that this body must consider. And I'll yield my time, Chair.
Thank you. You had
I did have a follow-up question and a comment. I'll start with the comment. One, I would agree with Commissioner Ehrman and Commissioner Lohr that we need to have a discussion on public benefit and what that means and what everybody's understanding of what that means, because in some instances, a public benefit is a benefit for the public at large, and then in some instances, a public benefit is more of a benefit to the public that surrounds that particular project. We all need to be on the same page as to what that means and understands. And I would encourage us also, as part of that discussion, to discuss how green space is calculated, how open space is calculated, and what goes into that, because we have to be consistent in how we apply that here. Staff is consistent, and I appreciate that, but I think there might be some misunderstanding about what counts is what. And if we don't like things that are being counted, then we need to change that policy. But right now, the policy is what it is. So I appreciate you guys bringing that up, and I really look forward to that conversation. My question, there's been some discussion, and there, as I'm looking at the minutes, there was some discussion at the Planning and Zoning meeting about substantial competent evidence for making decisions on hearings. So I guess my question is to the attorney, what constitutes substantial competent evidence on which to base a decision?
So I think you're really looking at more fact-based things. When I've brought it up in the past, when you're getting, 20 people out here saying, I just don't like it, saying I don't like it and I don't want to be like St. Lucie or something, that's not competent substantial evidence. I do think facts about the project, I think it's important to, if the board has concerns that they articulate things maybe in the comp plan that is a guiding factor, policies that the county has, in this case, that this is a PD and that there is a purpose and intent section here of factors that the boards can consider when granting a PD. It's kind of long. I'd be happy to read it, but I would urge people to put their comments in a way that's kind of based on facts, based on legitimate, established policies of the board. I don't think it works just to say, I don't like this.
And I just wanted to ask the county attorney to go over that, because as we go through this, it's very important to the process and the steps that things are tied to that part of the decision-making, to substantial, competent evidence, to factual decisions. I know Commissioner Lohr indicated that he had a discussion with the attorney about what could happen, but I think we've all been through situations where if you are making decisions not based on the parameters of the playing field in which this project is coming forward, it can end in a much different way than what you intend. I will just leave it at that.
Commissioner, would it help if I read the purpose and intent language for the boards?
If the other commissioners would like to hear it, that's totally fine with me.
The purpose and intent of, this is your PD, the purpose and intent of this chapter is to establish alternate schemes of land use controls via planned development, zoning, overlay district, and development process, or a PD special exception approval process which promote the health, safety, comfort, order, appearance, convenience, and general welfare of Indian River County in a manner consistent with a comprehensive plan. This chapter is intended to, 1, protect the environment by affording opportunities and incentives for preservation of environmentally sensitive and important areas. 2, allow a diversity of uses, structures, facilities, housing types, and open space, buffers, and conservation areas in a manner compatible with existing permitted and planned uses on adjacent properties. 3, allow for the residential development of agriculturally designated areas with a more compact design, which clusters units and preserves open space. 4, encourage and allow for creative, innovative designs that promote more efficient and environmentally sensitive use of the land than generally achievable through conventional zoning and development regulations. 5, ensure that development will be compatible with existing permitted and planned uses on adjacent properties by having projects according to limitations and mixtures of use, design, density, open space, conservation areas, and other elements stipulated in an approved development plan. 6, encourage and allow a more efficient use of public services and facilities through designs not generally achievable through conventional zoning and development regulations. 7, encourage the preservation and conservation of environmentally sensitive lands by allowing the transfer of density from environmentally sensitive lands to uphold areas. And 8, encourage the provision of affordable housing by allowing a density bonus for projects containing affordable housing. So I do think that your code, your land development code has sort of outlined these types of beneficial features, and that's what I would urge the board to speak to, as opposed to just sort of these generalizations.
Thank you. And again, commissioners, if our policies are not resulting in the projects or programs or whatever it is that we want to see, whether it's development or public works or utilities or whatever the case may be, it is our job to change those policies. But when they come forward, this is where it stands and what we have to make that decision on today.
Correct. Mr. Chair, so essentially the P&Z did not give a reason to vote down this project.
Are you directing that to?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't actually watch the P&Z. I don't normally. I staff you, the board, and my job is here to make sure it's a fair process and you understand what your code says. But I don't, another member of our staff, we try to keep it separated. I can't, I can't staff the Ps and Z and U.
I understand, but
I don't know what they said.
there was essentially no substantial reason to vote down this.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
For Mr. Sweeney and Mr. Balter, how often are we faced with these types of situations where the P and Z has an adverse vote to staff recommendation?
My 11 and a half years here, sir, once.
And you and your staff have hours and hours into this singular project.
Yes, sir.
And again, Board, I'll recognize that we're only as strong as our professional staff that we have. We have to believe in our staff, our well-trained professional staff. And any indication that is not flamboyant to disagree with our staff, the success of this agency depends upon trusting and believing in our staff. I'll yield to you.
Commissioner Lord, I would also say we need to trust our planning and zoning people. They get a chance to look at this more in depth, actually, than we do. I would say it's all a process. You have staff, planning and zoning, and then us. I would say.
I would agree with.
Equally important.
I would agree with you as well. However, I would take into consideration the relatively new members of the P and Z that perhaps haven't faced something, if we want to call this complex. And it also would weigh the staff's day-to-day operations greater than I would the P and Z board.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to ask another question. Following up on Commissioner Erman's comments on traffic, with regard to the traffic study, I'm looking at Exhibit 4A and Exhibit 4B, and that has to do with AM peak hour project traffic assignment and PM peak hour project traffic assignment. And with regard to 8th Street, this is the same in both exhibits. The roadway in question is 8th Street. The link is 58th Ave to 43rd Ave. And the last column is significant impact with a question mark, and the answer is yes. And it's highlighted in yellow. I did not highlight it. It's highlighted in yellow. And that's for both AM and PM. It's actually a double yes for PM, peak hour project traffic assignment. So would you comment on the traffic element of it? Also, if I understand it correctly, there are 3-car garages, is that correct? I saw that somewhere.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss, yeah, that is what the applicant indicated. It's not a requirement. Our parking requirement is 2 per unit, but they did.
But will it be 3? Is it?
That's the intent.
So it will be 3. And could you comment then on these significant impact, yes and double yes, on AM and PM peak hour project traffic?
Commissioner Moss, I cannot comment to that. Those are not my markings. That traffic study was approved by Eric Ferguson in his capacity as traffic engineer when he was here. But I can't claim to know what those markings really mean.
Well, obviously, just from reading it, it will be significant impact. I mean, that's what it's indicating. So do you want to comment on traffic generally, then?
Sure. The only thing I'll comment on is that the traffic study that was approved by Eric did indicate that no off-site improvements were required.
Well, there was, in the video, I think during the public comment portion of it, if I remember correctly, there was someone who commented on traffic and traffic concerns. In the town hall meeting, what concerns, if any, were expressed? I know there were no design changes, I understand that, but what concerns, if any, were expressed at that town hall, since we didn't have the benefit of that?
Commissioner Moss. I was actually out at the town hall. Chris Balter, Planning and Development Services Director. There was generalized traffic questions. They weren't generally focused on this project. It was actually the other project that was a much larger project. There was general discussions of what the capital improvements element is, and then our actual capital projects and how those overall projects feed into the traffic system as a whole. How we program in over the 10-year period all of our capital projects and how they affect the road system as a whole. There was a slight discussion on both projects on any of the actual traffic-related items that would be required out of any of the traffic studies. Obviously, any project that requires traffic improvements is required to do those as part of the approval. And then anything as a public benefit above and beyond that is what the applicant offers up to offset any of those requests or reductions in what our normal code is. So it's a give and take and a back and forth process between the county and the developer to enter into that agreement of what they're willing to do and what the county's willing to accept for said reductions.
Okay. Not to do with this project, but I just want to comment on my colleagues' interest in a workshop. I also am interested in a workshop on this generally.
Mr. Chair, may I make a statement?
Please.
I did want to make sure the board understands that this is technically an appeal of the Planning Commission, but it's a hearing de novo, which means that you're hearing this matter anew. So I've spoken with each of you because I've urged you to be open, even though I think actually when you read Florida statutes and quasi-judicial hearings about land use matters, there's a lot more leeway on ex parte communications. I've spoken with all of you and said I want you to say on the record what it is that you've looked at so that the applicant understands. But I do want just to make the point that your purpose here is to consider the evidence in front of you, and I know the applicant hasn't had a time to address, so I just wanted to put that in there.
That's coming soon. Thank you, Counselor. Anything further? Could you put up the map of the proposed subdivision?
No problem. So, Mr. Chair, this is where it's located, and then perhaps the aerial or just the layout?
That's what I was looking at.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, north is to the right, 8th Street's on the right there.
So how many units is that?
It's still 44.
Excuse me?
It's still 44.
It was 44 in the beginning, and you said that it'll generate how many trips per day?
415 total ADT, so that's throughout the course of the day. I don't have the AM and PM peak hours in front of me. I apologize for that. It would be considerably less.
I just want to make sure all the facts are out there. The public benefit is that green space area and an improved roadway.
Correct. What's bullet pointed in the staff report, Mr. Chair, is enhanced tree preservation, the enhanced access and culvert crossing specifically for the project that provides access to the one individual lot, as well as the 8th Street improvements, which is curbing on both sides, milling and resurfacing, replacing 2 pipes underneath 8th Street, which eventually could fail, and then the county's on the hook for, and the 10-foot pedestrian easement, which is probably a marginal benefit at this point unless the other project comes to fruition.
In addition, and one of the public benefits is an enhanced roadway, an improved roadway. And it is bringing on about 400 and, what was that number?
415.
415 additional trips on a roadway. I know Eric Ferguson did the analysis, but you're here. Eric is not here. So what was the level of service that is calculated for that roadway?
Mr. Chair, I'll be completely honest, I don't have the traffic study in front of me, but I do recall seeing level of service C at the
C.
Correct.
So we're starting out with just about a passing grade,
Yes, sir.
just about a passing grade. And look at other projects, and we encourage the roadway improvements, the developer agreements, to ensure that we're far above that in the past. We never strive for C, D, or E, or F, right?
Mr. Chair, our level of service that is deemed acceptable does go all the way down to D.
It's acceptable, but it's right at the edge. It's just a passing grade at this point. Okay. Thank you. So, but we established the public benefit is the open space, including the pond site, and an enhanced roadway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was that?
Sidewalks.
Oh, well, sidewalks.
The
were-
crosswalk for the school, yes.
Yes. And a berm around the entire subdivision, which would be foliated. And apparently, the appearance will be enhanced.
Yes, sir.
And that may be considered a public benefit, too. A little costly for the trees. All right. Well, with that, is there any questions? Any further questions here? If not, does the applicant have any questions of staff before we get to the presentation by the applicant?
Okay, I can ask a question of staff. What is the acceptable level of service for roadways? What level of service do you approve?
Mr. Chair, I really don't like wearing my traffic engineer hat, given that I'm not a professional engineer.
Do we have somebody here that can
But,
answer that?
let me just suggest, level of
would like
service
it well
D is
answered.
acceptable, right?
Yes, our comp plan allows level of service D, except for one intersection, which is E+.
Right. So I just wanted to point out, by asking that question, when you say it's barely passing, that's not a correct understanding of what level of service means. It's not like grades in a school. It can go all the way down to D. You could probably add 1,000 trips to this roadway, and it might not get to level of service D. So I just wanted to point that out. And then secondly,
Thank you,
Mr.
Council.
Sweeney.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, it just wasn't clear to the public that you were aware of that, the way you made the answer, stated your position. But second, Mr. Sweeney, are we comparing 0 to 44 lots, or under RS3, couldn't there be as many as 37 homes on this property?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Mr. Barquette, I mean, yeah, the underlying land use does allow for up to 3 units per acre. I would say, as I've said on the record before, if you were gonna go conventional, typically you're gonna yield about 2 units per acre. So I would say 36 units compared to 44 would be.
Right. So when you're talking about the impact to the road, we're not talking about the difference between 0 and 44. You're only talking about the difference between 37 and 44, because eventually this property is going to be zoned to a minimum RS3. And so when you talk about the impacts to the road, please don't think of it as 0 versus 44 homes. It's really 37 to 44 homes. But I just want to make those 2 points, and I'll make the rest of my presentation when you allow me to present something as opposed to asking questions.
Please. You have any more questions of staff, sir?
No, just those 2 for now, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor, and I appreciate the clarification. We'll now move on to a presentation by the applicant. Oh, you're back, Counselor.
It's me.
Thank you.
For the record, Bruce Barquette, I practice at Collins Brown Barquette at 756 Beachland Boulevard. I'm here representing the applicant. I appreciate the comments of Commissioner Lohr and Commissioner Adams. And I want to point out, this is not a situation where the applicant is trying to say, we threaded the needle, ha-ha, you have to approve it, a bad project. That's not this situation. This is a situation where we're saying, we have a very good project that we've worked closely with staff and with the neighborhood to to not only meet the requirements of code, but to provide a good project for Indian River County. And as I said, the difference between what is being proposed here and what would be proposed in a standard RS3 zoning is a matter of maybe 7 homes. But what you're getting in exchange for that is probably summarized best in the county staff report. And I'm just going to read it from a section from the report. It says, while the density of the proposed PD may be similar to the RS3 zoning district, the difference is that through the PD process, a project is held to stricter standards, and staff has the ability to shape the project to minimize the impact it may have on the surrounding area through things like site design, increased perimeter buffers, and the requirement for public benefits. So that's the trade-off that they're asking for. And the ask in this case is not great. This applicant is not seeking to exceed the minimum density. I mean, it's only 2.5 units per acre versus 3 units per acre, which is permitted. It's significantly lower than the density that's permitted. I also want to point out that, as your attorney pointed out, this is a de novo hearing. We're here because of a quirk in your code. Your code says if a rezoning goes before Planning and Zoning Commission, their recommendation goes to you only if they recommend approval. If they recommend denial, you have to appeal that. That's a quirk in your code. Every other code, Planning and Zoning only makes a recommendation. This wouldn't be an appeal. This would be just a regular hearing in front of you, but for that quirk in your code. So as your attorney said, this is a de novo hearing. It's really a brand new hearing. So what was said at the P&Z, you can read it, it's relevant. What the commissioner said is not competent substantial evidence. What your staff report says is competent substantial evidence. That's based upon many, many, many Florida court decisions. The staff report constitutes competent substantial evidence. I want to thank the staff. I think Brian and Chris, and I think Brandon at the P&Z meeting did a really good job, and they gave a thorough recommendation for approval. We were basically here to answer questions, but since you raised some issues, I wanted to point out something else. It's not a policy that you recognize the stormwater management plan, stormwater management as open space. That's a code, and that's not just for PDs. Stormwaters are considered open space, whether it's a standard subdivision or a site plan. That's not a policy, that's code. You're not giving us any special benefit by recognizing stormwater as open space. You do that for everybody, whether it's a PD or not. I just wanted to point that out. Again, as Ryan pointed out, the applicant met with the neighborhood, and there were several neighbors and there. And although there were some issues about, there were some questions about traffic, there was no serious objections, as I understand it. And the applicant has agreed to all of the staff recommendations and supports the staff recommendation for approval. I think I do have Angie Vitter, the project engineer here, who could probably address more about traffic if you need her to, but traffic is a really good example of competent substantial evidence because, as your attorney pointed out, it's got to be competent evidence is evidence presented by somebody who knows what they're talking about, basically, and substantial evidence is evidence that's related to the project. So, for example, if somebody came to you and said, we don't like yellow homes, well, that wouldn't be substantial. And if they said, if a lay person said, we're concerned about traffic, well, that's why you have a traffic study. You can't, all due respect, you don't have the authority to say, we're concerned about traffic, so we can't approve this. You have a code, and your code says, if you submit a traffic study, and the traffic study indicates that no external improvements are required, and that the level of service will not be diminished below our acceptable standard by this project, that's your competent substantial evidence. You honestly, and I hate to argue with commissioners because you guys get to vote and I don't, but you don't have the legal authority to say, we think there's going to be too much traffic regardless of what the traffic engineer said. That's not based upon competent substantial evidence. I'm sorry. Again, I hate to argue with you guys, but that's just what the law is, and that's what's fair. As Commissioner Moore pointed out, this applicant has been before the Planning and Zoning staff for more than a year to work this out, and you're getting, as Ryan pointed out, approximately 350 feet of improved roadway. And that's not for 44 homes, that's for 6 or 7 homes. That's the difference between RS3 and what this PD is. And I can offer one more concession. Mr. Bar Nova is in the audience, and he said, if it's really bothering you that there's smaller setbacks, on the 70-foot lots, which are the perimeter, that's the only thing anybody from the outside can see, they could agree to 10-foot setbacks instead of 7.5-foot setbacks. Don't really prefer to do that, but if that's something that really is a deal maker for you guys, then we could agree to that modified condition on the perimeter lots, which are the 70-foot lots, which are the only lots that anybody outside this project will see. If they can see through the enhanced buffers, they could agree to 10-foot setbacks instead of 7.5-foot setbacks, if that's a condition that you'd prefer. So with that, like I said, I've got Angie Vitter, the project engineer. I've got Phoebe Pretner, the landscape architect here, and I've got the applicant. We can answer any questions you might have.
Counselor, thank you. You suggested that if the setbacks were increased, it may please the board, or it may push this off the center line. Is that what
One
you're
of the
indicating?
issues that the Planning and Zoning Board raised, which I don't agree with, because I've been doing this for 35 years, and I can tell you that once this project is built, nobody's going to care, and nobody from the outside is going to see it. But if you think it's important, the 70-foot lots, which are the lots on the perimeter of the site plan, Ryan, if you put that up.
If you want to pull up their presentation. If you pull up their presentation.
So see all the lots around the perimeter are 70-foot lots there, most of them. They can be raised, those 70-foot lots can have 10-foot setbacks if that's important to you. I don't think it makes a difference. I don't think you should require it, but if that's one of the issues that the Planning and Zoning Commission raised, they were concerned about setbacks. Those could be 10-foot setbacks if necessary. That's all.
And was that attempted to be negotiated at that time?
No, he just mentioned it to me now when you guys were talking about it and said, if that's critical, we could make that change.
So perhaps maybe it could have changed the outcome at that moment.
No, I don't think so. No, sir, it would not have changed the outcome at that moment. I can tell you, I've watched the meeting and I've read the minutes. The commissioners that spoke against it said, we don't like PDs and we don't like smaller lots, period. There was nothing that was going to change their mind. That's my opinion. So, I mean, I've always been honest with you guys. That's my honest opinion.
You know what? You just made a very honest statement. You have
Thank you. All right.
been clear, and I appreciate your clarification.
And let me know if you have any questions for any of my experts.
Excuse me, Counselor?
Let me know if you have any questions for any of my experts out here. We can provide some more competent, substantial evidence if you like.
Does any of the board members have any questions of the applicant?
I would like an explanation of the roadway improvements, a little more detail of what we are doing on the road other than just curbing.
I'll bring up Ms. Angie Vitter from MBV Engineering to explain that to you, please.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners, thank you, staff. I'm Angie Vitter with MBV Engineering at 1835 20th Street, Vero Beach. And thank you for your question about the roadway improvements. We are going to be adding a type F curb and gutter, so it adds 2 feet on either side of the road. So it's going to widen the path through 8th Street and give it a better feel of, you have the road and not have just that straight off into the canal. It'll have that curb and give a little bit of safety for it. And then we're also doing a mid-block crossing for any kids that happen to join Floresta Gardens. They could cross that street, and we're going to be putting up those beacon mid-block crossing where it's going to have the little light, and it'll just be very obvious this is a crossing that you need to pay attention to. And then we're going all the way to Glendale Elementary with these improvements, and we're going to be restriping the school zone. Sorry, I talk with my hands. Restriping the school zoning and adding some more signage. And we also worked with staff to help the idea of a lower speed limit on this road. Right now it's at a 45, and that obviously during the school times it's at 20. But at other times it's 45, so it would be great for that to be reduced. That's going to be a county, coordination thing, but we will be putting up the sign changed for that and notifications for that as well. Let me see what else. And then we are improving the culvert. There's a culvert out there that you could actually see there's a little dip in the road already. So there's potential for that culvert to fail. And that's something that the county would have to do in the near future. And it's something that the applicant agreed to do as part of this project.
How big?
Sorry.
How big of a culvert?
It's an 18-inch, but it's a CMP, it's corrugated metal pipe, and those corrode. So we're going to be putting in an RCP. It's a concrete pipe. Those last 100 years. So it's a great improvement for that, and it is the way that 8th Street drains into the canal. So if it were to fail, it would, it would cause some drainage issues on 8th Street.
18 inches big enough?
Yeah, it's currently functioning. Yes, yeah, it's adequate. Yes. And I don't know if you would mind putting up the presentation while I'm here. Of course, I'll take any more questions that you have. But I just wanted to mention that this project is really unique in that there are no homes on any local roads. This project has over 230 feet until you get to the first home. So it's a really beautiful project. We have a park on the left of the entrance, and we have the pond on the right. So as you're driving down 8th Street, it'll just look like a pretty green space with a pond. You're not even going to see these homes that, maybe that's the concern, that they're smaller lots and smaller setbacks, but you won't even see unless you're someone that is willing to buy, interested in buying in there. Then you'll be able to see that, and but it's your choice. If you want to live there, then you buy there. That's the point. But the public at large won't even see these homes because they're too far back from the road, over 230 feet. And then another thing that I wanted to mention is the enhanced. I know you guys were concerned about the open space calculation. Oh yeah, I can get to these two. The native preserve is more than's required, and we're providing 25% preservation of native plant community on site, and 15% is all that's allowed. So we're 10% more on this project, and so that's a great benefit to nature and the public that we're providing more. I mentioned a bunch of these other things, and the milling resurface. So the whole road will have the appearance of being new, that it's a benefit to the public that portion of 8th Street all the way from Hampton Park to Glendale Elementary will all be milled and resurfaced and, look new. And then the last one, I just wanted to point out real quick, while we're doing these presentations. So this is a PD that was built about 19 years ago, and this image here shows the buffer. It's a 25-foot buffer, and you can barely even see a roof. There's like one tiny roof you can see. So I just wanted to let you know that this is visual evidence of a PD that was approved in the past, that these buffers work. They're meant to buffer so that it's compatible with the surrounding uses, and that you have that feel of a nice buffering, and it's not all these row homes that you maybe have a visualization in your brain. That's not what you're going to see. You're going to see, especially in this project, with the homes being so far back, you're going to see a nice buffer. And we have the landscape architect here that should be happy to help you visualize even better than I can as the civil engineer as to what it will look like in the future. But it'll be a really nice product, a really nice setting.
Any other questions? You mentioned the RCP pipe for the culvert. That's a requirement, correct?
No, sir, not for this project.
We do go with,
Let me
are we still
restate that.
going with galvanized?
We require RCP for county-required
Yes,
improvements,
yes.
yes, but that would not be a
No,
requirement. of this project.
I understand
Yes,
that, but I just,
Yeah, we would not allow CMP.
we do not authorize the
That's correct.
galvanized pipe, correct? Because of the deterioration factor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No. Yes, well, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Answers? No.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I make just another statement, a couple statements about this process and your approval authority?
Thank you.
Okay. Because Mr. Barquette mentioned what competent substantial evidence is. I mean, I will say that the PD process, it's an optional zoning process, and I read you the types of purposes that, so what it says in your code is waivers to various, when it comes to you for approval, waivers to various land development regulations may be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. In addition, the board may impose on plan development project approvals such other conditions or restrictions which the board feels necessary, notwithstanding that such restrictions or conditions may not be expressly provided for in the county's land development regulations. In other words, this is a little bit of a different land use process. We are kind of negotiating with the developer, and I would urge you to, if you feel like you're not getting the benefit you're looking for that's enumerated here, that you express what it is the public benefit you're looking for. In other words, I think that is a type of dialogue that is helpful or could be done in this type of process, because this isn't a zoning of right. You're trying to get to that. Staff's tried to negotiate that for you. So I did want to inject that so there's a better understanding of this.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
You know,
I like the, I mean, the 10-foot setbacks are a plus for me. I mean, I understand nobody would probably notice, but that's a plus.
Well, they said they would entertain that if that was a game changer. I don't know if that's actually proposed.
He just proposed.
Who did the proposal?
Mr. Barquette proposed that. I think that's going to move the needle.
Yes, the applicant has offered to provide 10-foot setbacks on the 70-foot lots, yes. Doesn't really want to do it, but would agree to it. Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor, for the clarification. Anything further here from the board? If not, we'll move on to any public input. If you were duly sworn in, we encourage you to make any statements regarding this matter. Seeing none, given ample opportunity, we'll now go to any final presentation or argument, if necessary, by county staff.
None, sir.
You rest. Any by the applicant? Thank you. With that, we want to make sure that all documents and tangible evidence, if any, have been admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk. Yes. Madam Clerk, thank you. County staff, agenda materials are automatically admitted into evidence unless there is objection. Seeing none, at this time, we will close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I would move approval staff recommendation with the recommendation that Mr. Barquette has recently identified.
Which is the 10-foot.
The 10-foot
10-foot
setback.
setback. That's my motion, sir.
We have a motion. We have a second for discussion.
I guess my question is for my fellow commissioners, what are you guys looking for in this that you're not seeing? Or what's?
Well, for me, for instance, it was
Please,
just-
go ahead.
It was just the
Cap.
the potential for traffic and the traffic study. I mean, Mr. Barquette made it clear. I mean, I may drive it, but I'm not a traffic engineer. But I just, to continue, not with just this subdivision, but all our subdivisions or planned developments that we need to take a harder look and get more up-to-date traffic information for this. That seems to be the biggest complaint that I'm hearing, is more traffic on the roads. I mean, this property was once a citrus grove. It was nothing spectacular in regards to what it was. It was just it was the Robertson's citrus grove on both sides of 8th Street there. She owned both sides, and the Hires family obtained it from the Robinson family when they all passed away. And the one of them has become the Hampton Park on the one side, and this side now wants to be another one. So that's just my biggest thing with that. I'm glad to hear some of the improvements. I've heard from some of our folks down there that have contacted me that they didn't like it, but of course we all know that nobody that lives here likes new development per se. But that's, Commissioner Adams, that's where I'm at right now with this whole thing, and that frankly, I mean, I'm going to say it. I just as long as this is not turning into what I saw a PND be on the other side of the road at Hampton Park.
For myself, I'm not seeing sufficient public benefit, and I understand from our conversation, the board's conversation, that can be viewed different ways. But for me, I don't see significant or sufficient public benefit.
If I can ask a follow-up, Commissioner Moss, what would be a sufficient public benefit?
I'm not prepared to state that at this point. I haven't spent a year, studying this, so.
I was just curious what
Yeah,
would
it
be
just-
a
I mean, this, enhanced tree
threshold?
preservation and that kind of thing, I'm just, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I mean, the diagrams that were shown, these things, it's easy to say, but to quantify it, I'm not seeing it quantified, some of the things that were said.
And then I have a question to follow up on Commissioner Ehrman's comments about traffic and traffic studies, I guess, for you guys. When a traffic study is done, walk me through that in like kindergarten terms. When a traffic study is done, it indicates whether or not that road can handle the additional trips that might come from the project, whether it's a commercial or residential project, correct?
Yes, and it's, most basic terms, certain roadway configurations have a capacity that they're able to utilize, or to handle. And then the project is also, there's a set amount of trips that are generated depending on use. And it's a mathematical.
And if a traffic study indicates that that roadway does not have the capacity for the project is required to make upgrades
Correct.
to meet capacity?
Yes, they would have to provide a capacity-producing improvement.
Is there ever a time when a traffic study indicates that there's not capacity and the project is not able to have the opportunity to make the changes to build that capacity and then is not able to move forward?
In rare instances, but more often than not, the capacity-producing improvement is identified, like a turn lane or adding additional travel lanes if it were something sizable.
And who sets that level of service and capacity?
Our comp plan and our code.
Our comp plan and our code. So if we wanted to adopt a different level of service and base future projects on, or capacities and traffic studies on that, that's the commission's prerogative?
Correct.
Okay. So right now, the traffic studies indicated that in order to meet capacity for this project, X, Y, and Z traffic, or improvements need to be made, and that's what has been included in this PD plus additional ones
Correct.
for the surrounding area.
Correct.
So I understand, and I don't necessarily disagree with some of the points that Commissioner Moss and Commissioner Ehrman have made as far as what's a public benefit. Like, for me, we hear this in different projects, that they're putting in a clubhouse. Well, a clubhouse to me is not necessarily a public benefit because it's just for that group. And then you have the other argument, well, but now they're not on the roads going to parks, so maybe it's keeping trips down. And I can understand, and that's not in this situation, I'm just walking through my definition of public benefit. And I can understand, sometimes that additional buffer might not be what we would think is a public benefit because the public can't really see it, it's in the back or the sides of that project. But the counter argument to that would be that the people behind it and on the sides, avail themselves of that. And those are trees that may not be, torn down that might otherwise would have, which is why I do think having some kind of conversation about what everybody can agree to moving forward would be very beneficial to prevent some of this. But as far as the traffic goes, Commissioner Ehrman, I guess to both of you, I don't feel like we have, well, I guess we can all do whatever we want, but based on the parameters and the policies that we have in place right now, it meets those requirements for me. Does it meet the requirements in the most magical way I'd like it to meet it? Not necessarily, but, that's the playing level, those are the rules of the game that we have. And they've met the rules and done a little bit more. Would I want to live in a house that has small setbacks? No, but I don't want to live in town either. That's why I live all the way out, by C-54 where I don't have to see people. But that is enough, that's a choice. And so not every house is for every person. But, so those are just, I really do understand where you guys are coming from. Just for me, I worry about if everybody's meeting what they're supposed to be doing. I feel like it's our job to change those rules if we don't like them. But if somebody's meeting those rules and then to tell them that's not good enough, that's us not doing our job of setting the rules right that we can agree to so everybody knows what they're dealing with when they come to the table.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you for that. Please.
just as a reminder, this is a singular project. If you recall, months and months of studies of the USB included our traffic studies as well when we discussed that in length. This particular project we must be focused on if we want to talk about things in the future, then that's for us to adjust our code and our land use, I suppose, with staff and a consensus. But today we're talking about a singular topic that meets the criteria as established by our existing rules and policies, if you will. And to deviate from that would be to contradict our professional staff's recommendation.
Perhaps well said, but there are still concerns, and I've heard some accounts, and you made one today about I'll let my personal feelings get in the way, that you heard one of the individuals had stated. And I understand that. There are personal feelings. Again, we have to make a determination on, as we are obligated to do, on what's available, what's allowable. The debate on public benefit was, I think it was very interesting, and I think that it needs to be addressed. We need to identify. It's very difficult to place a barometer on, hey, wow, look at this public benefit. It's not always a theme park. It's not always recreation. It's not always accessibility to a conservation environment. It's not free passes to the pool. There are many different levels of public benefit. And that's why I wanted to point out what the public benefit is here or perceived is an enhanced roadway to offset the increased traffic and some open space, which will not be really accessible to the public in any great fashion. So how could we place any element of assessment on the public benefit? I just don't see how we can. We don't have the tools in the toolbox to be able to say, well, this counts as a 6 on the public benefit scale, or this one increases the value of our consideration on another element of, because it is public benefit. I believe it's very difficult, and we're outclassed with the absence of an assessment tool, an evaluative process to ensure that we have that. We do assess traffic. I have a different concern, and I appreciate the council's assessment and, again, clarification that level C is not equivalent to the level C that some receive in a parochial school. I get it. And again, we can go back to grade school, and when you hear level C, that's what we hear. But in all actuality, it's still not an increased value, the public benefit that we would have at that intersection. The area has been known for increased congestion, increased the area, not that particular site. And it's always a concern, as we're hearing so many times about developments, any developments impact. Again, we've had some discussion. It's debatable, but that's my primary concern, just by appearance of seeing the layout of this plan, that this could be an incubator for a heavier element of traffic, especially when we're talking about these are not considered and we haven't even discussed that, but these are upper-end homes, so you're going to have people that are getting back and forth to workplace and activities. I see a lot more congestion. I see a lot more congestion than just the evaluative process of what's level C. Again, we have those in many areas in Indian River County where it has been assessed, staff has assessed, the traffic engineer has assessed that will be at a certain level, and it turns out those intersections have to be redone and redone again. While the intersection has nothing to do with this decision, I will just recall back, how many times have we enhanced some of our major roadways? So I don't want to be short-sighted about the traffic burden. I would like to look at the long-term effect, and it still has a concern. I'm encouraged by the setback, the increase. I think that'll give a better appearance, but that also doesn't offer another public benefit. Again, what I'm trying to say is we don't have the information, or we don't have the tools to be able to evaluate that public benefit. I am not excited about the public benefit. And it's not a personal matter, it's a numerical
Gotcha.
assessment.
I could add one thing.
Oh, please.
we've talked about public benefits, and we've heard, I don't know if this would help your argument, but I believe of 44 homes with a minimum $10,000 impact fee, and then perpetual property tax on $600,000 to $800,000 of 44 homes, you'd probably have, $8,000 in property taxes. And I know with your past experience, generally speaking, if you have a neighborhood of $600,000 to $800,000 homes, your call for service volume is decreased, if you want to look at that as a public. And we've always said that growth should pay for itself. I think this is a fine example that growth is paying for itself. That's hard to argue.
It's hard to argue that.
Growth pays for itself. It's hard to argue.
Development pays for itself, growth doesn't.
Well, this is within the USB, of course.
Within the USB.
Yeah.
I understand. Anything further?
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Motion by Vice Chairman Moore and seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed, nay.
Motion fails. 2-3. With Commissioner Ehrman, Commissioner Moss, and myself dissenting. Thank you all. Anybody need a break before we continue on? We'll recess briefly. Meeting will now be called back to order, and we're up to item 13G1, which is through the auspices of the Office of Management and Budget, changes in Administrative Policy Manual, Section 400, Expenses.
Good morning,
It's still
Commissioners.
good morning.
Yes, barely, just barely. Jennifer Hyde, I'm the procurement manager for the county. At the administrator's request, he and I and the county attorney have been meeting with the clerk and his staff and a lot of our department heads just to look at all of our different procurement-related practices and policies and find ways that we can make them easier, better, and more transparent. So you'll be seeing some specific changes to the purchasing manual and the code presented to you in August is our plan. But right now, we wanted to get your buy-in on some changes to the existing travel policy and also the addition of a food purchase policy. So our travel policy was last updated in 2017, and there's a red line version of that in the agenda packet. A few of the changes proposed are, one, an extension of that policy's applicability outside of just county staff and the commissioners. We want that to also apply to any contractors who are traveling on our behalf, consultants, advisors, and then also folks that we're bringing in to interview for some executive positions. We want everybody to be playing by the same rules. Another change that we've always presented, the county administrator and the county attorney have always presented their agendas or their itineraries for out-of-state travel as one agenda item, and so we kind of reflected that in the policy to be standard policy. We eliminated some restating of items and specific dollar amounts that are detailed in statute, and so we just reference the statute itself. Changes related to actual travel include, as an exciting feature, we're allowed to use P-cards now for airfare, conference and event registration fees, and parking fees. And we also clarified that we shouldn't be using valet parking on the county's dime unless that's the only option available. We should be self-parking. And one other significant change is that reimbursement for mileage for folks who are already receiving a vehicle allowance was not possible unless travel was outside of the county. That's kind of been updated to make it just a 50-mile one-way window. Those are the key changes to the travel policy. Did y'all have any questions or anything you wanted to discuss about the changes?
Does anybody have any questions of the updates and changes?
Nope. Okay, great. Then I'll move on to the purchase. Oh, sorry.
Vehicle like travel to Fort Pierce or Stewart, is that not?
So if you're getting if you're getting mileage allowance or a vehicle allowance as part of your pay, and it's not more than 50 miles one way, then you wouldn't be getting a reimbursement for it.
So the only other thing I would add is that some of the authorizations have been distributed down. It's not all resting on the county administrator. It'll be relying upon the deputy county administrator, our assistant county administrator, and then at certain levels, our department heads. So everything doesn't have to flow and wait to come all the way up to the chain.
But it will still be reported to you.
Ultimately, yes.
And especially for out-of-state travel,
Yes.
too. All out-of-state travel is
Still
approved by the
comes
administrator.
through.
Right. Where authorization may take place at that level, you as the county administrator will be noticed of these transactions.
As it relates to probably more likely out-of-state travel, because even some certain day travel, I'm not aware of on a daily basis if it's approved. But this is just kind of, when it comes to the out-of-state travel, we're really kind of.
So you're not removing your obligation and authority. It's a matter of making it easier for operation. And in addition, again, at the end of the day, you're still totally accountable, and this won't be reported to you after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, we're essentially trying to put power down into the department heads and the deputy and the assistant county administrator's hands to make those decisions, and if there's any issues, certainly I'll be aware of them.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there's an open line of communication and that you, since we hold you accountable for these expenditures, that it is reported to you in some way, shape, or form before the fact. Is that accurate?
Yes, for, especially because of the out-of-state travel. Well, I can tell you this upcoming budget, you'll find that I don't think there's any out-of-state travel.
And I agree that the authority should lie closest to the front line as far as the approval process, but I just want to ensure that you're still notified of these matters.
Yes, and then on the front end, I review, in the budget review process, all the requests for travel and the travel budgets.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything further? Well,
Okay. I'll move on to the food items policy, which will be a new section 403.1 in the Administrative Policy Manual. And this is to address the need for food at special events, such as those hosted by our Recreation Department, for employee training meetings, and for times of extended operations when staff can't leave where they're working to get food, and we need to make sure that they're getting food so they can keep going. And then also, the goal is to allow for stocking of food items for resale to the public. The whole entire food policy is aligned with our procurement policies, and they all require a pre-authorization by the department head. Some highlights of the policy: for training events, the purchase of meals is to be authorized only if the session will go more than 4 hours and attendees can't leave. The maximum per person spent is going to be $6 for breakfast and then $12 for lunch or dinner period. For special events, the cost of the food's got to be justified by the revenue that's going to be brought in by the event. Purchases can be used by either purchase order or the use of the county P card and following our standard procedures. So this is just kind of putting a line of steps to purchase food in front of our staff. And again, we use a pre-approval form as documentation and justification and to document the approval. The policy addresses an established maximum tip percentage of 20%. And we think it's really going to be great to help streamline this stuff, especially for our Recreation Department. So if there are questions about the food items policy, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, staff recommends the board approve the revisions to the travel policy and the addition of the purchase of food items policy in the Administrative Policy Manual.
I don't know about $6 and $12 anymore.
That matches the amount as it relates to actually travel that's in the, the statute for the state, that the state establishes, but I agree.
I stay with I believe in staying with the guidelines, and again, sounds like you might have to pack a lunch, you know? But,
That'll cost you $5.
no. That or a granola bars. But I don't believe it's wise to go beyond that. Again, you can either make do, again, and show our respect and be good stewards for the taxpayer dollar. Oftentimes, choose not to travel if the benefit is not sufficient. So when it comes time for the per diem, I trust you'll use the entire day's per diem on one meal, but that's the way it is, and we have to be conservative. Anything else?
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Move on to, I guess we have the National Golf Foundation report. Yeah, it's good afternoon, Mr. Zito.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I have Bella Nagy, our Director of Golf here, and Richard Sager from the National Golf Foundation. This is an opportunity for us to open a discussion on what we'd like to see as far as a business model is concerned once the Sandridge Clubhouse construction is completed. We have in our bond financing securing that commitment, have already made a decision to bring the food and beverage operations in-house because our legal advice is that you cannot have a certain amount of private activity benefiting from a publicly financed endeavor. So we are excited in so far as this is a rebirth or rejuvenation of the model that made Sandridge successful when it first opened in 1987. We'd be seeking the reinstatement of the liquor license that supported that operation and the food and beverage services that were offered in-house. That was from 1987 through 2016 when we endeavored to privatize it to a concessionaire. And as all of our privatizations, we'll be very sensitive to that transition and the employees that are affected. But today, we're just going to kind of open a discussion for you and then ultimately give you the report from the National Golf Foundation. So I think we have just a few slides to give you an idea of where we're headed. Okay, 1987. So trivia question here is that this is not the second clubhouse to be constructed. It actually will be the third clubhouse. You're looking at the first clubhouse that was established in 1987. You know, and along our fiscally conservative roots and badge of honor that we wear in maintaining that philosophy, as we just heard with the food policy, this building is still in use today and actually serves as the staffing headquarters at the Donald McDonald Campground, and is also home to our amateur radio club. So just a little bit different. In the bottom picture, you'll see. But again, as I said at the groundbreaking, this is Sandridge is the idea, brainchild of the commission. So I want to thank you again. On January 18th, 85, Commissioner Dick Bird received a market evaluation from none other than the National Golf Foundation, who was here today, recommending the creation of a golf course for Indian River County. The Dunes course opened for play in 87, Lakes opened for play in 92, along with the current clubhouse. And this is our current organizational chart that shows you the various duties that are shared amongst myself, Bella, and John. You know, it's a 364-day operation. It has currently 4 full-time employees and several part-time employees, and it's very consistent with how we manage our venues across the county with a model that has ownership, if you will, in the permanent or full-time employees that are responsible for the operation, and then they manage with several part-time employees. I'll let Bella talk about the total rounds and revenue. You can see the chart speaks for itself, but Bella, why don't you present this slide?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Yeah, prior to COVID, we were pretty much the same for rounds of revenue for many years, and then COVID hit, and all of a sudden golf just experienced this huge boom, not just here, but all across the country, where last year we did 129,000 rounds of golf and $5.6 million in revenue, which we just eclipsed $4 million in 2021 for the first time ever. Then the following year, 2 years later, $5 million. So it's been a huge, huge success last 5 years since COVID, and we're on track this year to beat that revenue by quite a bit, and our rounds being about the same. Yeah, we host many events. We just got done this past weekend with the Florida State Golf Association Public Links Championship, which had 75 participants from all around the state. The AJGA, which is the American Junior Golf Association, which is a national event for, and probably the PGA Tour for junior golf, as well as a Division I women's event back in March, plus many other, with 44 outside events, including the United Way, Chamber of Commerce, Mary Snyder Golf Tournament, and more. And then there's our events that we put on ourselves, including our Treasure Coast Amateur Championship, which is our flagship event that Bob Kamaranek started many, many years ago. And this weekend's Red, White, and Blue tournament, which has been sold out for more than a month and a half. Plus many leagues for men, women, children, and couples that we have throughout the year. So it's a busy place, and I'm really welcoming the opportunity with this new clubhouse to take us up to another notch.
So this is just a list of the current venues that we operate under the current model, formerly known as the General Services Department, which I acted as department head over the years, enhancing and building these venues. They're all run very similarly in that, again, they have a handful of full-time employees that manage several part-time employees at various 7-day operations. But now I think it's time to take it up a notch into the next level of sophistication in managing what now will be a full-scale restaurant, a full-scale banquet facility, a mobile beverage service on course, and then a turn building food and beverage operation that will be on site between the courses for ease of pace of play. So all of these will be managed by different positions that will be created over the next year. Ultimately, it may just line up with the fiscal year budget. If the construction lines up, we could be planning this in March and actually cutting ribbon and working within the 27 fiscal year budget. So it may just line up just right, but we'll have to have some flexibility in that regard. But we won't be able to continue to operate as we have. And all these venues are thriving. It's just this one is going to take a higher level of service. So with that, we have the National Golf Foundation's report. Bella, I'll let you introduce the foundation and Mr. Singer. And I will tell you, as a spinoff of the foundation, Bella has established the Florida Municipal Golf Association, and that is a professional association now that, much like many that we all belong to, is thriving and has probably over 30 members throughout the state. And we do meet twice a year, and we collaborate, and that's how we engaged Mr. Singer for this report. Bella?
Yeah, back in 2004 is when I started the Florida Municipal Golf Association. In 2011, I met Mr. Singer, who's been with the National Golf Foundation since 1989, and he does a lot of statistical research and consulting for a lot of municipalities who are considering building golf courses or renovating, and we brought him on board to help us out with this project. So without further ado, I want to introduce Mr. Richard Singer.
Yes, thank you, Bella, and great to be here before you all. I know that a lot of you are seeing me for the first time, but I can certainly tell you, you all have been a big part of my life for the last couple of months in working on this project. It's been an honor to be your consultant on this, and as I find out, my company was also your consultant when you first built this project, before I even came to the NGF, even though I've been there for a very long time. We had prepared a very thorough report for you for Indian River County on the clubhouse addition and the potential upgrade of that. And a significant part of that report was talking about how important it was for you to modernize and to create a facility where you have a match of quality with the quality that you have on your golf course playing area, to make sure that your clubhouse and support amenities match that quality. And it sounds like from everything I'm hearing that everybody in the county seems to be on board with that. It seems like you're going in that direction. So I think there were other things in the study that I wanted to bring to your attention. Primarily two key areas of focus in our study for you about the implications of adding a new clubhouse to the Sand Ridge Golf Club. I think first, we had presented some case studies for you, some research that we had done on some other municipalities in the South Florida area that have added new clubhouses to their municipal golf courses in recent years, particularly in North Palm Beach Gardens, and Martin County. And we presented you with some kind of lessons learned, if you will, about some of the things that had gone on with those developments. And I think a lot of it involved really just some basic involvement of staff in the development, design, and construction process of building new clubhouses. I heard a lot of complaints from staff members who, they didn't ask me, they didn't involve me when they designed this or when they built this. And there are basic logistical flows and simple things that really, you could really avoid by having your staff involved in the design and construction process of a new clubhouse. So the operative word is no surprises. I think that's what a lot of the staff were conveying to me, that they were surprised by certain things in the design and construction, where closets were located, where storage was located, how the kitchen was laid out. All of that really, took them by surprise, and it created problems for them. I think secondly, we want to make sure that you understand how this is going to change your operational profile of the Sand Ridge Golf Club. It's more than just adding a new physical space to the property. You're going to have to think about how you're going to change the entire operational profile of Sand Ridge Golf Club going forward. And we tried to lay that all out for you as part of this report as to what that is going to look like. And I'll have a little more about that in just a minute. And the third thing is, in these case studies, in each case with North Palm Beach Gardens, and Martin County, they all engaged a private vendor to run their food and beverage operation through a contract situation. And in all three cases, they had to either eliminate or adjust that, and either go back to a self-operation model or at least adjust the contract model that they had. It wasn't working. I know North Palm Beach has replaced their food and beverage operator, and Palm Beach Gardens has gone through at least 2 or 3 different contracts, and Martin County eliminated their private operator and tried to take more direct control over their situation with the new clubhouse. So I think it was a really interesting little bit of case study and lessons learned about how, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, right? I mean, it's the idea that we'll have somebody else run our food and beverage for us. It's not necessarily the best solution. The second key piece, and you can go, is going back to the idea about how the operational profile is going to change. In our report, we had presented a pretty detailed organizational chart and staffing plan for the new Sand Ridge Golf Club with the new clubhouse. And I'm really pleased to see from what your staff has presented is that they seem to be matching with what the NGF has recommended for staff in this new situation. And, it looks like you're taking seriously what we had recommended for it. I think that it's an appropriate move for the evolution of this property and to create that match between the golf course playing area and the support amenities like the clubhouse. And it looks to me like the county has taken that all very seriously, and you're starting to get your ducks in a row, so to speak, to be ready to move in when the new clubhouse is open and ready to go. And it looks like the staff is going to be adequate for what we had recommended for you, and it looks like your staff has decided to make a match for that, the on-site staff with the with the food and beverage operation. So I think that covers it, and the basic key pieces of that report, and I guess we're all available for your questions.
Richard, if I may, the yellow represents the new positions, and the green is the existing positions. Now, of course, we in Indian River County always look for efficiency. That department head may share some other duties. We've had some preliminary discussions about establishing an Indian River County Sports Commission. That's all with the cooperation of the existing Play Treasure Coast. The dialogue is very positive, and that potentially could fall under this umbrella, along with the management of the Major League Baseball's Jackie Robinson Training Complex. So we will seek to gain as much economy of scale as we can out of that department head. And then, of course, the yellow is the support staff on the food and beverage side that we'll need to move forward. Richard, are you good? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Then we'll take your questions if you so choose.
Yeah, I have questions. So go back to that slide. So are you planning to turn Sand Ridge into its own department then? Is that what this indicates?
It's a generic term. I mean, it's going to have some executive oversight to run all these divisions.
And we're planning to add a food and beverage manager, and then an assistant, an executive chef, a special events person, and a grill manager? So
That was-
we're
that's
getting into
the-
the hospitality business?
That's the recommendation in the NGF report, so this just reflects that. That's why we're here to discuss, or discuss over the next several months.
Okay. I thought the idea, last I spoke to you guys, was to contract that out. We're going to bring it in-house?
We have a restriction under the financing obligation that if 10% of the revenues go to a private entity, that does not qualify for financing. It would be considered a private activity.
We did,
Interest rate, and you lose some of the tax exempt status. But there's a couple models that maybe we need to discuss.
that was the advice we got from bond counsel.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying this as somebody who
Privatizing if you want a bond.
operates food and beverage services and also operates one that is freestanding and one that is in another venue that does a lot of special events. I have a lot of concerns about how this is going to look and who is going to have the knowledge to oversee that and make sure that it is running on the level that you guys want it to run on. There's a lot of money in those positions. Those are going to cost you a lot. So I don't know what that ends. Like, I wasn't really prepared for this conversation today. I didn't realize that's what this was going to be. But I got this back up this morning, so I don't know when you might have gotten it, but I also would have thought that that would have been done maybe before the design of the building, so it's gonna cost a lot of money to do this. I don't know, I guess we're going to be more than just a municipal golf facility. Our goal is to compete with like Quail Valley and Johns Island and those types of things with this type of thing?
That's not.
That's not it? Okay.
No, I mean, those establishments are at a much higher level than Sandridge could
Okay.
ever.
I didn't know, because you have a special events person and then an executive chef and then a food and beverage manager, which
Maybe
is.
perhaps Richard can expound on how, this is all in your report, Richard, so what led you to these recommendations?
Yeah, I think that what we were looking at is to try to help you match the service profile with the physical space that you're creating. That has been some of the feedback that we got also from our case studies, was making sure that you had the service to match. That was one of the main reasons why in Martin County, for example, why they ended up changing from their private food and beverage operator and taking it back in-house, is that the service profile didn't match, that the customers weren't getting the appropriate level of service. But I think you're adding new physical spaces and you want to make maximum use of them. So I don't think it necessarily brings you into a whole new area of facility, but it is enhancing what you're offering, both in terms of enhancing the golf and the after-golf experience that people might have to come in and utilize these facilities after they've played a round of golf, or if they're hosting their event there, that kind of thing. But there is also a whole non-golf avenue that has been opened up by the addition of this property to have some type of special events and banquets and parties and things like that that you can do at these properties, which is very common for facilities like this, both in the public and private sector. So I think you want to make sure that you match your service profile to what you've done. It would be a shame to have built all of this and make it so beautiful and nice like you've done, and then not have the service to match it. I think that's what we were concerned about.
So I have a question, because I did review and I didn't see the department structure. I didn't see this chart prior to this. And I do on page 39, you note that there's a full-time facility general manager, full oversight of 3 departments. When I had crossed off and wrote divisions, so I didn't envision, that we were looking at this. So maybe there's some more conversation that needs to be had internally. because I'm not sure this matches 100%. You have a facility general manager, and then oversight of 3 divisions, which is golf and range operations, golf course maintenance, and then food and beverage clubhouse operations.
I think he wants a,
No,
you want clarification? That was just,
I think sometimes terms are interchangeable. We use department versus division, but neither of these 3 are considered departments to be divisions. And then whether it be facility, general manager, or whatever the case might be, I think we need to work on this, to Commissioner Adams' point, maybe look at this structure and then talk a little more about it.
Again, this is 18 months away, that's why we're here as early
Yeah,
as possible to have,
exactly.
you know,
I'm
these.
talking 2027.
Certainly, yeah.
you know, let me say that I've never played the game of golf. Okay? So I hope that didn't offend you.
Doesn't offend me.
I've
but
had a
we'll-
golf
we'll
club
work
in
on
my
changing
hand,
that, though.
but I have never been on a course with a golf club, not on Sand Ridge or anywhere else. I've attended a lot of functions at golf courses. And some of them were municipally run golf courses. I think I'm qualified to say that I would compare Sand Ridge with the reason why people go over to Scotland. It is well-maintained, it's very inviting, and it's a preferred course. That's just go by what I hear and what I see at the events. What it was lacking was an environment, a concession environment, other than a snack shop. And that's what we move forward. We move forward to have a catering venue and a day-to-day restaurant, which is almost synonymous with alcoholic beverages. It's a day outing. It's also going to be a great venue. I believe it's earmarked for up to 200 people in attendance, the venue. It's going to take a lot to operate that. I don't think that we should all be concerned about if you bring out the org chart again. I don't think that we should be concerned about the org chart with dollar signs to each one of those designations. When we see the word executive, well, what would your expectation of the word executive mean? Commissioner, you're in the business. I did it as well in hospitality and restaurants. Not all are created in the same level of expectation. If this is done where you do have a full-time person operating and you have, you can fill in the gaps and the voids with individuals, you don't have to have a day-to-day staff of 50 or 60 people. And if that's the envisionment, I don't believe that that's the envisionment. I believe that it will have to be responsive to the needs, and those salaries would be, salaries or commitment would be justified. Because currently, I mean, we've had a vendor there which can serve some sandwiches, maybe some warm stuff. Again, maybe we can go back to their per diem. They can satisfy, but it was almost the delivery of having a Coke and a granola bar on the trip. This will be a heightened experience. It probably would be Actually, what you've consulted and assessed is probably more of a country club, a venue. It'll be adaptable. It will be a spot to go to. And I believe the attendance at the Sandridge has been explosive, particularly with the youth. The youth program has just taken off. You see young individuals. I travel that road just about 2 or 3 times a day, and there's constantly young individuals going to learn golf, to play golf, to compete in golf. And that's one aspect, but a lot of our citizens rely upon that place. And then they go elsewhere to dine, to relax. I believe that this could be done in a very user-friendly way at a respectably, or would say, being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar and providing a service that is not overabundant where this becomes the main event. So maybe you don't have to staff it as much. That's my perception of what you have laid out. But I think that when you see an organizational chart with all these boxes, I think that we might be placing dollar signs into each one of those boxes that were maybe far-reaching. Just my interpretation. It could start in a manner and then build. The same way as, I guess the Sports Commission was mentioned. I was involved with the Treasure Coast Sports Commission early on in 2006. They used to take pieces of paper and estimate how many people stayed in hotels for heads to beds. They have a mechanized, computerized system that can give you the results immediately. And most of the events, unfortunately, were geared towards St. Lucie, where there was that type of environment where you could have events and dining and more activity. When we had I think, the law enforcement fire games and a few other events that, again, because we had a lack of a venue, lack of, even we mentioned the Veterans Tournament. We ship everybody over to the fairgrounds, to the Fleetwood Pavilion, and set it up as a dining facility. I just see that having that ability will move capacity well beyond our expectations. I'm not saying that, again, there is caution. You're looking at all the boxes, and if you place dollar signs in each one, and especially when you're looking at administrative salaries, but if that can be geared to an appreciable level of commitment to delivery of service and expectation as well as cost factor, I think it's operationally sound and very encouraging.
And there's also a significant revenue implication for this, too. I mean, the Sandridge Golf Club is essentially self-supporting now with a pretty large net income. And I think that is sustained through this process when you add all these positions and you add all this new amenities and services. The NGF report had identified both direct and indirect revenue from the new clubhouse. That is, that the clubhouse itself will generate new revenue for you, but I think you're going to find that having the clubhouse will help you sell more golf as well. We've seen that certainly played out in a number of the case studies and some other research that we've done, that it makes the entire property more appealing and more important. And indirect revenue is also enhanced in most of these cases, and we certainly have projected that for you as well.
You know, I wanted to mention, because we started talking about cost factor and long vision or short-sightedness. When you look at this building, and it's a beautiful building, and there has been some updates, and was completed in 2007. And we've made some adjustments over the years and had to replace a roof and many other aspects of this building. But I want to draw our attention towards, we had a restaurant here. And in the design, which currently houses staff, in the design, there was a lack of an element for a vent system. So the concessionaire could not provide for cooked food, for fried food, for heated food, and basically was reliant upon sternos, which we couldn't have on a daily basis. It's a fire hazard. And it was a beautiful little place where the school board came to eat as well as all of our employees, and it was quite busy. But when they couldn't diversify, it collapsed. And that's the short-sightedness I'm talking about, because we've had to, again, spend more money and convert it into office space, because even at $1 a year, the concessionaire could not make a profit, provide a service. $1 a year. That's what they were paying. And they still couldn't make ends meet. And I just wanted to bring it out. I don't know if you're all aware. I just watched this thing de-escalate to, well, now it's abandoned. And, you know, if you look at a good investment that will show great promise and the ability to deliver a service that's very much sought after and needed and will complement the existing profit margin of a golf course. I think everybody was excited to see the building go up, or the intentions of the building go up at the groundbreaking and the plans. And it is encouraging to have a facility where you can have up to 200 people in an event. It's not to say it's going to be used every day, but to have a day-to-day restaurant, they will come, and this will be justified. It's just a matter of setting it up properly and looking at the span of control at the very beginning in a basic level to move forward and upward and build this thing into an incredible place.
Mr. Chairman, what you're saying today is just projecting out, you know, the ultimate plan. We'll dedicate what resources we have available under the budget constraints, the county administrator's authority, your vision of what you want to see out there. If you turn the clock back just 10 years, Sandridge was running its own concession and liquor license.
Sandwich shop.
It was a sandwich shop, but it also hosted a number of events, which have now grown to 44 events. That model has to go somewhere. So we're building the space so that those 44 events that we host will have an after-golf experience that we all desire. But then you have this beautiful event space that we see revenue potential and we see demand from the community to rent it. So that's there either way. How much banquet business we want to do and who we want to hire to support the development of that business, that, you know, is a business decision. What we're doing in this project is just expanding the clubhouse model that we have now into a more functional space that's been needed for arguably over 10 years. And now, once that's complete, we'll have, instead of the cafe, we'll have a restaurant. Instead of the patio, we'll have a banquet facility to house the after-golf functions. And then what we do with it after that is, again, a business decision for the commissioners and the administrator to make. But it's really the same model that was in existence in 2016. It's just better.
You know, I want to say in 2006 or 2004, there was discussion, and then in 2006, there was another discussion about the intergenerational facility. And again, 2012, it came to fruition. started out at about, we put $2.4 million aside, and we said earmarked, well, maybe it would be $4 million. That project cost $10 million.
And closer to 12.
Well, then
Yeah.
it was, there's amendments and adjustments. to
I remember it
everything,
very
right?
well because we lived through it, and this is what
Yes.
I'm trying to avoid for the county or those who succeed me, because we opened that 40,000 square foot facility that was open 73 hours a week
And you
with
had-
4 full-time hires. Not realistic, and the manager burnt out and resigned in 18 months.
How many employees are down there now?
It's all, it has its own budget, but it's
Right, it
fused in
slides.
with recreation. But it's grown, and we've enhanced it, and it's functioning well now. But when we opened it with 4 employees. It was open 7 days a week. Not realistic.
And earlier today, I discussed the event calendar.
Sir.
It used to be, the event calendar used to be 4 items, 6 items, 8 items. Did you see how many pages are on the event calendar? A lot of that is happening at the IG Center. It's #1 hotspot in South County. It's very versatile, and it provides for a very much needed service. So again, I just, if we have a vision, even just to accept the information, the conceptual approach, again, we may need further discussion on it, but
Certainly.
I'm very excited about this. I don't think it's overreach and overcommitment.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify, because it seems that my comments perhaps touched a nerve that was unintended, but I got this study this morning when I got here, so I have not seen it. I was unprepared for the slides that were presented, because this was not, I did not have this yesterday when I was here, so.
It was
A1, that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think everybody's very supportive of the expansion of the clubhouse. Nobody is not supportive. Where I'm just a bit maybe surprised is what I understood 2 weeks ago about the food and beverage is not what's here. Now, that's fine if you guys have a plan. I just, the food and beverage revenue, according to this, is estimated, assuming an average of 2 small groups at $500 each and 1 to 2 large groups at $2,700 each per week, beginning in fiscal year 2028. And we're talking about adding, at, I guess, top out, 16 new positions. So with total labor expenses, according to this, totaling $480,000 in fiscal year 2027, with an annual increase of 4% through 2031. So yes, I understand we want to play on a certain level, and we want to provide a good amenity to the community. And I know we have been constrained on space in the current location. Nobody disagrees with that. I was just a little taken aback, so I apologize if perhaps I offended some of you guys. But my question is this informational today? Or are we being asked to make a decision? Is this just introducing it, and then we will have further discussions? What's the objective for today?
As I said, simply introducing, I mean, again, this is 18 months away, but since the study was completed, now was the time to bring it and open some discussions, and, it's a white canvas, and we'll just mold the clay as you see fit. The one thing that we do have to, the agenda item does ask the board to direct staff to begin researching and applying for the liquor license, because that is an endeavor that we will have to have in place, even going so far as to have our current concessionaire operate under that license, so that when it comes time to transition, we don't have to switch licenses at the time we're opening the doors. So that is a action item for you today, or we can bring that back under a separate item with the county attorney who's assisting me in that application process, if you prefer.
So to take the current recommendation to make consistent with what Mike is saying is, I would recommend that recommendation be staff recommends the board accept the NGF report and direct staff to implement the process to apply for and secure a 4 COP liquor license. And then the related, just eliminate the direct staff to develop the revised staffing. That's something that we're going to be doing as part of the budget process. Let's be mindful that this is an enterprise fund, and at the end of the day, the revenues supported by the enterprise would have to be able to support the staffing level, and we're just taking on debt right now for the facility. So, I mean, one of the comments I had in here when I read it was the coordination with OMB to validate the expenses, you know, and so, I mean, I think there's still more to be worked out on that side, but I do think accepting the report and, to Mike's point, starting the process, authorizing staff to start the process for a 4 COP would be appropriate.
Commissioner Adams, Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr. Chairman?
No, I do, though. I want you to know that you did not touch a nerve. I want you to know that.
I did.
No. And I want you to know, I have a great appreciation for this. Nobody knows the make or break of food provision, service, than you do. I agree. You're a restaurateur. And I've had the opportunity to manage a facility and produce the food too, but at a different time. And I know that it could be a make or break point. This is an enterprise fund, as you stated there, County Administrator. And I just wanted everyone to know, because today we're talking about what the consultant has viewed as to what our operation could be. And we're accepting that. However, we got into the weeds a little bit, but I want you to know, you didn't touch a nerve. You perhaps, maybe the term would be, you were aghast by so much information
That's it.
that,
It was washing over me, and I was just
yes,
taking it all in.
it's kind of like getting a budget amendment in the morning of the hearing. It's like, well, how do I absorb this, and how I be a good steward and representative of the people we serve over last-minute information? Kind of like yesterday, when we were doing last-minute adjustments before we delivered the 100th anniversary of this fine county. Things happen on the fly like that, and I apologize if I came off in that fashion of addressing the concerns, but I want the public to know that we have a vision that maybe perhaps should have been 2 weeks sooner to absorb it and digest it, but you didn't touch it. It's great to discuss it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sand Ridge amazes me overall. It just amazes me how many rounds we do and all that sort of stuff. And being a golfer, not a good one, but a golfer, I appreciate everything they do up there. You have to have the ingredient first of a good golf course, and we have a great golf course up there. You have to have the facilities that people want, and we're doing that with a new clubhouse. So we've got that done. If you're gonna have food, and I'm not in the restaurant business, but I know people that are, and I know other people that have been in the restaurant business. I know my dad, Emmett Jim Coffee, owned the truck stop out west of town on 90th and 60, how hard it was to manage a restaurant. That is a hard business to do, because you're only good as the product you serve. One bad meal people remember, they don't remember all the good meals.
True.
And that's gonna take time to nourish and get started. Maybe the organizational chart that we saw is maybe you know, Mike and Bella are going to revise it. And maybe there may be something that needs to be done. So I think this sets it in motion, and I think we need to let Mike and Bella run with this thing and make it what it is today. I don't think it'll ever be any less. I think it'll be a top-notch and even better place, because Mike always told Mike, and I told John this about the clubhouse. It's just like the movie Field of Dreams. Well, that was baseball. This is golf. You build it, and they will come. And they will come, and I think it'll be even better. So with that said, I would volunteer the services of our resident restaurant consultant up here on the board to give advice when asked. If y'all have a question on how to do it, I think that would be awesome, because she runs a great product. So you could thank me later for that.
Yes, be sure I will thank you.
But,
Especially the pie.
no, in all seriousness, I think this is a great thing, and I think this is just to lay the blueprint to start. I think there'll be many changes between now and then, but I would make the recommendation that the motion that the county administrator made to accept the National Golf Report and move forward with what has to be done to make Sand Ridge move ahead, whether it's the liquor license and many other things to move ahead and start processing that would be my motion.
Right, because that's what you need.
We do. Now, again, it's just so you know where staff is, this is not an easy lift for us. The current model is much easier to manage amongst other duties that we all have. It was only upon the financing discussion that we were told that this formula is not going to work unless we take it in-house. Now, we could go for different financing, I suppose, and we could, continue the concessionaire model that we have now. I can tell you that's not a plus at Sand Ridge right now, with all due respect to our concessionaire who works within the limitations of the facility. We're earning just over $50,000 a year in our split with those concessions, and the potential is so much greater. But yeah, we would love to have a concessionaire out there. Let me just tell you that. But we'll take it on. We do what we do. We've always taken it on, and we'll continue to do that.
But you need the motion today to also include applying for the liquor license,
I think
correct?
you can,
Right, that's what you.
yes,
Okay.
that's the recommendation.
Yes.
Is that part of your
Accept
motion?
the National Golf Foundation report, and to have staff move ahead with obtaining the liquor license and working on the operational setup of the whole Sand Ridge facility.
Second. No, the county administrator can't make motions, but he can make. No, I know, I understand that, but he can make recommendations, and he can give insight. No, I maybe happened. Appreciate it. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by myself. Any clarification needed? Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Stick.
All right. Okay, now we'll be moving on. We're going to change hats, and we'll move over to other districts. We're going to begin with the work order number 9 to Geocentric for 1 year of groundwater monitoring and reporting.
Mr. Chair, I think I have an item.
Oh, you know what? I missed your item. And you know what? You're here, and you should have the opportunity, and I apologize. You were excited for this moment, too. Okay, this is County Attorney Matters. Apologize. And that's item 14A, which is Environmental Control Board, ECHB, officer appointment. And the attachments are as follows, and we do have a recommendation and an applicant of Heather Waters. Counselor.
Right, and I'll be quick. We do have an Environmental Control Hearing Board. It's a creature of a special act of the legislature, and really, It is to work with this is where the county and the health department work together to enforce our environmental and public health laws. The board, under this special act, appoints the Environmental Control Board members, and it also appoints the Environmental Control Officer. But in doing so, the board, the statute or the special act provides the board shall consider the recommendation of the county health director. So this environmental control officer is really the one that's prosecuting these environmental control cases, is doing the investigations. And in this case, and there's a little typo in my item I just noticed, but the current officer, Julianne Price, is retiring, and the Department of Health has recommended that Ms. Heather Waters, the DOH environmental manager, that the board appoint her as the new environmental control officer. So that is the request in front of you, that you review that letter of recommendation and that you determine whether to appoint Ms. Heather Waters as our new environmental control officer.
Counselor, and I appreciate that. Heather Waters has quite the impressive background, experience, and the obvious dedication factor necessary for this task. So I am pleased and honored to move forward that appointment.
Motion to approve.
That's a second. I can make the appointment.
Did it on this? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll second.
Yeah,
When it comes to,
only on appointments.
correct.
I'm your man.
You want to take it then?
Got it. I'm seconding.
Okay.
Robert's Rules of Order.
All right. Okay, so we have an appointment and a second. Any further discussion?
Congratulations.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So appointed unanimously.
City of Boca Employee of the Year.
Yes, yes. Oh, you did read the backup.
Believe it or not, I
You know what? It's very impressive.
appreciate it, Chair.
Congratulations. You want to say a few words? No?
Sure. I'll approach the podium. I've been in here many times in front of the Environmental Control Board, not being prosecuted, but testifying. I appreciate that you guys have all worked well over the years with Miss Julianne Price. She is leaving big shoes to fill, and I appreciate the opportunity to try my best to continue her good work.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Serve us well.
I will. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Now the next item will be item 16B1.
You want to do those consent items first, Chair?
No, well, that consent item is going to go right at
Okay.
16B4.
Just trying to be a vice chair.
Okay. So you get a little good grade for trying. Anyway. So this is work order number 9 to Geocentric for 1 year of groundwater monitoring reporting at the former South Gifford Road landfill.
Move approval.
Was that in honor of Bob Solari?
It was. This is Bob's favorite agenda
This
item
was-
every year, so I want to make sure that I got that motion in there.
Okay, so
Make him
Bob couldn't
proud.
make the motion because he's not here, so
In his
Commissioner
stead.
Adams made the motion,
proxy.
and Vice Chairman Law seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Next item is final pay for Geocentric for work order number 6, groundwater monitoring, reporting, and related consulting services at the South Gifford Road landfill.
Move approval.
That's a motion by Commissioner Adams and seconded by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Approval of the SWID meeting minutes of May 20th, 2025.
Second.
And we have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? And finally, we have the item that was moved from 9T Tango, which is the final pay for Geocentric for work order number 1, Amendment 1, 2, and 3 for the Segment 3 Cell 3 liner construction at Indian River County landfill facility. If you need explanation, I see that
Move approval.
Amancho's back. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams and seconded by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Does anyone have any other business that they would like to address? And is there any member of the public that wishes to speak?
So 9S was combined with 9T,
Eliminated.
eliminated.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 9S was removed at staff's request, and 9T was placed under consent and then moved to the SWID because it must be heard
Right,
at
I
the
missed that part, thank you.
SWID section. Councilman?
Good afternoon, Aaron Voss. Just want to say personally, thank you for last commission meeting that you approved on your consent agenda funding for the fireworks show. And I want to say thank you so much for your participation in the event. We did have one major sponsor drop out, but we had some other sponsors come back in. The sponsors including Jackie Robinson Training Complex, Gotta Go Green, Bolt Aquatics, Educational Connections, and in addition of Breeze and Piper are now participating as sponsors for the fireworks. So thank you very much, really appreciate it. Okay.
Well, thank you. Anyone else? So Vice Chairman, you have anything from Sebastian? Okay.
He's grateful as well. Yes.
Okay, seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.